But inside the pit, there's no play for Barrett. It's secured, but Deft kills turret number 1. He kills turret number 2. And the Nexus is in his eyes. And he's going to get the
the inhibitor! The inhibitor is back up! What?
He cannot get the stun.
No way! Oh my God, Deft, no! The game was in your hands, Deft! It was right in front of you in the inhibitor.
In October of 2022, there was a moment that occurred in the world of competitive League of Legends that was such a shock to esports fans, people nearly lost their minds. This moment was exciting, heartbreaking, the sort of thing so unbelievable to everyone watching live, a rational viewer would say it was scripted, but this moment was special because it really happened. On the biggest stage in esports, 2 League of Legends players met up in bracket to determine a champion, but this wasn't just any old championship, this was the conclusion to a story decades in the making. Over 10 years of narratives and competition and grief and determination were shared between these rivals, all of which began years earlier, back when they were teenagers at their hometown high school. This is a story so remarkable, you probably know at least some parts of it already. But even so, I can say with a bit of confidence, it's a story that's never been told quite like this.
Oh, Deft gets grabbed, and that could be deadly. They're going to drop the solar flare, but Deft doesn't make it out. Hard back out now. There's a nice
Take this way, push it down to
there it is.
Flash and Deft with the room pressing.
Oh, the Q lands, and that's going to be the kill. Ult not needed. Baker.
We're hurting
Here it comes.
Oh, the 4-man taunt into the slicing maelstrom from both parties as Kingzone are going to be double.
This story begins, like any good story does, with a person so spectacular most didn't believe he was real. On the outskirts of Seoul, South Korea in early 2012, a teenage kid sat in his room grinding away at League of Legends. He played under the username Gojongpa and was getting good enough that people started taking notice. By this point, League of Legends was a well-established esport in Korea. Even though the region had only been given dedicated servers at the start of the year, there was already a domestic professional league underway, a hyper-competitive solo queue, and some players playing well enough they were making international headlines.
Everybody is there, though. Oh, the bandage shots barely leaves. The flash does it! It's Mad Life! Shen coming in as well! How in the world do you get to be that good?
The first players to reach pro status in Korea were mostly those who already had experience with MOBAs or esports. Some had been playing League for years prior, doing so on the North American servers back in Season 1. Others had come over from the professional StarCraft scene or other top-down strategy games. The wealth of experience these players had was part of what led to them being the first to rise up the solo queue ladder, joining early esports clubs, and earning the title the first generation of pros. For a while, they got to be the exclusive members of a very tightly knit competitive community where everyone knew everyone, which is what made it so surprising when this new face showed up out of nowhere. In July of 2012, Gojongpa broke into the top 50 on Korea's solo queue ladder for the first time, hitting rank 26, shocking everybody. None of Korea's top players knew who this guy was. Nobody recognized his name from the StarCraft Pro scene or from the NA ladder in Season 1, but here he was, ranked alongside some of the top players in the game, outplaying all of them.
네클릿. 쉔이 옵니다. 야, 고전파 컨트롤 너무 좋아요.
Most players in the scene didn't believe he was real, almost literally, as they thought this account must be a smurf. It was common practice back then for single players to own multiple accounts that they leveled to the top of solo queue, so it made sense to assume one of the top mids in the region was probably doing that again. How else could this unknown player hit top rating and with so few games played? Nobody realized that the truth was much simpler. This was just a kid, a teenager, who had recently been filled with dreams of trying to go pro himself one day. 1 month after cracking top 50, Go Jung-pa continued his climb, hitting rank 6, and as the rank 1 player was signed away to a team, that made this solo queue star the highest rated player in the game not already associated with a pro organization. Of course, he didn't stop there. By the end of the year, Go Jung-pa was rank 1. It was toward the end of this grind that everyone came to realize this player wasn't a smurf, but instead a star in the making. At the end of 2012, Go Jung-pa committed to esports full-time, dropping out of his local high school to do so, a decision that would prove to be surprisingly wise, as he'd find all sorts of success after changing his username at the start of Season 3. When clubs realized the rank 1 player on the Korean server was a promising unsigned prospect, every pro team in Korea started throwing offers his way, in part because he played the most important role in-game. In many ways, mid lane is the linchpin of a professional League of Legends roster. Mid serves as one of the 2 main carries on a team with a centralized position that makes it relatively easy for a player to assist other teammates. On top of that, most champions played mid lane scale decently well during all phases of a match. Carrying 1v5 in League is never easy, but if there was a role best equipped to do it from minute 1, it would have to be mid. Being such a hot commodity gave Faker plenty of choice for where he'd go to start his pro career, so he naturally chose to sign with the best of the best. SK Telecom T1 were a team that had a storied legacy. Originally formed by one of the greatest StarCraft players of all time in 2002, SKT competed for years in Brood War, sponsored by a Korean business giant. Across the 2000s, this team made a name for themselves in esports as they became arguably the most successful and dominant club in a certain era. They'd go on to train some of the greatest players and coaches Korean esports would ever see. So naturally, when the org moved into League of Legends in 2013, SKT seemed like the obvious place a young prodigy like Faker should take his talents. But there was a bit of a catch. By the time Faker chose to sign with T1, they already had a main lineup. SKT had signed a lot of talented first-generation Korean pros, building a super team that was already competing to win a title in Korea's top league, OGN Champions. Throwing a rookie into the mid lane on this roster might disrupt their plans or hurt his development, so SKT decided to build an entire second team specifically around him. This B team, SK Telecom T1-2, was an all-rookie lineup made up of a series of prospects picked specifically to complement Faker. They all had promise, but were seen as future stars that could develop their talents while the team's main lineup went off to win championships today. Even if they were meant to take things slowly at first though, nobody on this roster did. In their first ever competition, SKT2 played well above the organization's expectations as they won a qualifier that placed them in OGN Champions right alongside their sister squad. That, of course, meant Faker was about to make his professional debut much faster than anyone anticipated. Not only that, but his first ever series would be one hell of a matchup, as SKT were drawn to face CJ Entus Blaze, one of the most talented teams from OGN last year, with a mid laner many thought was the best in the region. Between the pressurized environment of their competitive debut as well as the skill of their opponent, most spectators thought this SKT roster would have a bit of difficulty at the very least in this high-stress game. That's what made it so shocking when Faker did this.
I was curious to see how well Captain Jack would do in this lane because he's been typically a relatively weak lane.
Whoa, Ambition! What? Faker just executes Ambition in that mid lane. You just stop paying attention.
Actually,
look at this. A big tower dive. They're going to come down this bottom lane. Captain Jack the first target, and Lustboy's not going to escape either, I don't think. He's going to flash. Maybe we'll get away. No, there's a spear. A double kill for Faker. What a statement by this solo queue hero. Man. And it's going to be 2 more kills for SKT. They're going to go after these Nexus turrets. It looks like the game is over. So despite some, a little bit of a tense moment for SKT, they're going to come in and win the resounding Game 1 against CJ Blaze. What an impressive start for these guys.
SKT obliterated Blaze in their OGN debut, mostly off the back of Faker. It was a shocking performance that instantly got everyone hooked on watching to see what this squad would accomplish for the rest of the split, and they did not disappoint. Across the rest of spring, SK Telecom T12 won nearly every game they played, finishing group stage in first place, easily qualifying for playoffs, where they continued their dominant run, sweeping another top club, Najin Shield, in their first best-of-3 series. They only finally appeared mortal in semifinals when they lost 3-1 to a team named MVP Ozone, which sent them to the third place match, but they bounced back there, 3-0ing that series against CJ Entus Frost. This meant Faker, in his debut split, had qualified for Korea's top league, escaped group stage, swept his first ever best-of series, and finished with a top 3 placing. Any rookie putting up that performance in their debut would instantly be heralded as a well-deserving star, but for SKT, this would be their worst result all year. It was such an explosive start to his career that rocked the world of Korean esports. Onlookers almost forgot to notice there was another Korean rookie that made his debut that very same split. Kim Hyuk-kyu, otherwise known as Deft, was another one of the stars rising up the world of competitive league in Season 3, who oddly enough shared a scary number of similarities with Faker. Both were born the same year, 5 months apart, raised in Seoul, South Korea, on opposite sides of a river that splits the city in two. When they grew older, they each attended the same high school, and although they never had classes together, at 16 years old, they both dropped out to pursue a career in professional League of Legends. But while Faker appeared to be a naturally gifted superstar, seemingly destined for greatness, Deft had a much harder road to take. Deft originally fell into online gaming through playing a Counter-Strike clone named Sudden Attack, mostly just for fun, never thinking much of trying to make a career out of it. He was just a shy kid who didn't have many friends at school, so playing online games was how he managed to socialize. By the time he was in high school, Deft had developed a small friend group who enjoyed playing PC games together, and in 2011, his friends suggested they all try out their first MOBA, League of Legends, which had just been released in North America. They all began their journey making accounts on the North American server in Season 1, and Deft was the worst player among them. When Deft first started playing League, he struggled in making the adjustment of moving from the FPS genre to top-down strategy games. Additionally, playing on high ping, connecting to a server halfway around the world wasn't a very enjoyable experience, especially for a player who'd go on to dedicate himself to the most mechanically intensive role in League. AD Carry is the other damage-dealing star for a team opposite mid lane, although one that's a bit more finicky. ADCs play on a much more remote corner of the map with less opportunity to roam and help out struggling teammates. Additionally, most champions played in the role start off matches relatively weak, not able to do too much until they scale to their true potential in the later stages of a game. Although Deft may have started off as one of the worst players in his friend group, he wanted to change that and began grinding away at League, trying to improve. He started to get better as early as Season 1, but his improvement really began to hit its stride when Korea had their own dedicated servers released for Season 2. Across 2012, while Faker was at the top end of the solo queue ladder, Deft was quietly grinding away matches in upper to mid elo. He still didn't have much thought of going pro himself, seemingly playing League for a simple love of the game. That all changed though when in pre-season of 2013, Deft shot up in rating to a point where he reached the top 10 ranks on the ladder. The moment he hit such high elo, OGN coaches began adding him in-game, asking if he wanted to try out for their team, which gave him the idea maybe he could go pro. Following in Faker's footsteps, Deft dropped out of high school much to his parents' dismay, joining his first pro gaming team, the MVP organization. It was an exciting start for a player who'd go on to have a long career, albeit one that began somewhat slowly. Unlike SK Telecom, MVP were a club that didn't have much history to speak of. They were formed only a year prior as a StarCraft II clan, now dipping their toes into League of Legends. Additionally, by the time Deft joined MVP, the team already had a star AD carry named Imp, one of the top players in Korea. He was piloting the organization's main lineup, MVP Ozone, and was looking like one of the brightest stars in the team. This meant Deft, like Faker, would be relegated to the squad's rookie B team, MVP Blue, which saw a pretty brutal opening year of play. In their first splits, Blue struggled heavily as the team failed to find any sort of chemistry with their all-rookie lineup. Across spring 2013, they'd wind up dead last in their group, well below their sister squad, as well as Faker's SKT roster. Being a League Pro could be pretty brutal, which almost gave Deft feelings of regret, thinking maybe dropping out of high school to play video games wasn't so smart. Not only was the life of competition, practice, and coaching pretty fierce in Korea, but since he was just a rookie, Deft's salary was crazy low, leaving him so poor he wasn't able to buy fast food without asking his parents to lend him money. That 2013 spring split provided some unexpected motivation though, as that was the split that saw MVP Ozone topple SKT in semi-finals. Ozone then went on to win that season's Korean championship off the back of their AD carry Imp, providing Deft with a bit of inspiration. If the team's sister squad could go off and win a title, maybe Blue could too. Soon, Deft was taking all the advice he could get, particularly from Imp, who was happy to give him tips, especially after a couple of drinks, and from then onward, Deft started improving a lot. Across the rest of 2013, the young AD carry began pulling off a few moments of brilliance. If you watched a Random Blue series that year, you'd likely witness at least a few awe-inspiring plays from Deft, who started putting everything together to a point where he was outplaying a few of Korea's top stars.
And Zephyr coming in, and they're gonna knock Chunjun back in the box. Oh wow, he actually gets him. Deft may be able to finish Gorilla off too. It looks like he will. Oh, it's so close, but there's a missing shot for the double kill for Deft. A great counterplay by MVP Blue. Those were some nice moves by Deft.
Not only that, but Deft also began developing a really solid fundamental understanding of League, wrapping his head around the game on a macro scale. He was playing with such solid technique, many veterans in the scene couldn't help but take notice.
I was about to say, Deft has been a hero of this game, except for that true shot barrage, but his positioning has been so good, and he doesn't really have a big score, but you can see in his creep score and the way that he's created these huge zones that he's just been having an absolutely fantastic game.
Yeah.
He's the reason why the turrets have been dropping for MVP Blue. And of course, he had that insane play up in the top lane too.
This was a player that was starting to look like he might have the makings of a pro in him after all. There was only one issue still plaguing Deft's gameplay, which was tilting. Anytime a match started to go south, Deft couldn't help but get frustrated, allowing poor situations to affect his gameplay. A match might start off fine, for example, until something goes wrong, like an ally's death. This will set Blue behind, leaving Deft feeling pressured to do something drastic, which only leads to a silly mistake, setting the team further back.
Your team refuses to surrender, and it's been like 40 minutes. You just
Deft
ditch all your items.
Not defending his Nexus turrets right now. He's trying to make the plays.
I guess so. Go Draven. Oh well. Good. Does he have flash? No, not quite. But he does have Rune Prison. That's pretty good too.
He has his ult to catch up. He just used his ult to give himself extra movement speed and ran him down.
This was a pretty normal problem for any League player to deal with, especially a rookie, and Deft wanted to fix it. Around this time, he'd take to watching horror movies every night in the hope it might toughen him up mentally. In 2013 OGN Summer, Deft and Blue did show some improvement, but it wasn't enough. This was still a rookie roster who got knocked out of groups again, with their low point being a humiliating series against Faker's SKT.
Because we do see Faker come in, immediately blow up Chunyang in one rotation, and that's Faker's mechanic.
Deft has a big part to play in this story, and we'll get to his greatness later on. He just had a very normal debut year, one you'd expect from a kid on an all-rookie roster. But seeing how rookie squads normally developed just made Faker and SKT's run all the more impressive. In OGN Summer, SK Telecom T12 one-upped their spring performance, finishing group stage with a perfect 6-0 record before sweeping quarterfinals 3-0. This sent them to semis, where they got to enjoy a perfect revenge series against MVP Ozone. Coming out on top this time around sent Faker and SKT to their first ever grand final, where they'd now have to play for a championship against their organization's biggest rival. Korea Telecom and their esports team, KT Rolster, had history with SKT going all the way back to StarCraft. KT were one of the only other clubs able to consistently produce great Brood War players that could match SKT pound for pound. After a while, these two orgs constantly found themselves facing off against each other in grand finals of major Star League events, so frequently, in fact, fans dubbed their rivalry the Telecom War. Naturally, when League of Legends overthrew StarCraft as the biggest esport in the country, both clubs set up teams and were now about to face off for the first time in this new game for an OGN title.
And here he comes through Tri Rush.
Here he comes. Yeah, Score, Arcade shifting away. And they're waiting. There's a snowball to Maffa. Will they get it? Will this be first blood? It will be, but it will be for Score. They trade. But it's going to be a jungler breaker. Oh, a double kill for Score! A huge beginning for him. Piglet having to use his ultimate to get away. Coming in and just 100 to 0ing people. And that's going to set up a dragon. Insect, he may go in. He might go in. There's a Crow Storm over the wall with the flash. A huge engage for KT. Immediately, SKT on the run. A double kill for Tristana. Piglet.
Showing that they're still dangerous even when they're this far down.
Yeah.
I feel like if they... Uh-oh, and here
Whoa,
comes Score.
here comes Score, yeah. Coming in over the top. Impact is right there, though. Needs to be careful. He
Gets
does
killed
take down
by a
Piglet.
super minion, actually, and that'll be it.
That is...
Finals started off lopsided, with KT taking the first two games of the series, threatening a sweep if SKT didn't get their act together. For any other rookie team, you'd expect them to fold under the pressure, because after all, they would now have to reverse sweep if they wanted to win. Of course, Faker was up to the challenge.
While they were low, but instead, Piglet and
Oh, here we go, the all-in onto Ryu. Death Mark has been activated. Ignite helps him get the kill. The turret not quite enough. Go for it, here we go. Speaking, going for it. SKT comes in, immediately takes down Ryu. Jumping onto Kakao, he's the next victim. Score and Maffa not lasting. A great Syra ultimate. Double kill again for Faker. And it is an easy ace for SK Telecom. Yeah, Bengi comes in on Insect. They're going to do some damage to him. Faker rushes in. If they can get Zac out of the way, and they do, what a huge move. Suddenly, the support's in a bit of trouble. Ryu gets taken down. This is SKT's fight. Goodbye, Score. Double kill for Faker. Score in the back lane. Score has to back off a bit. Kakao very low. Mandu coming in. Over the top. There's Piglet jumping into the base. Trying to do the damage. The crescendo hits everybody, but it's too late. Piglet already has a double kill, making a triple kill. And there's the coach. There's Coma looking at his team. Looking at the team that's going to force a game 5.
SKT pulled off comeback victories in both of the next games to knot the series up 2-2, sending the orgs into a final Game 5 tiebreaker. In OGN at the time, there was a rule that stated all Game 5s would be played in the blind pick mode rather than draft, meaning there were no bans and teams could simply pick the champions and compositions they thought were best. This meant there was a possibility that both teams might end up picking the same champions in the same roles, which occurred twice in this Game 5. Both top laners picked the meta tank Shen, and both mid laners picked the hyper carry assassin Zed. As the final match began, everyone in the world was watching to see who'd end up as Korea's champion. The game swung back and forth for a while, leaving viewers on the edge of their seat, until the waning hours, when Faker pulled off the greatest outplay in League of Legends history.
You have just Faker nightmares. You wake up in a cold sweat, and you're like, Faker's behind me.
I know, right? I'm like, even though I only have a mat on the floor, I think he's in the bed. Oh, Faker may be in trouble here. Deathmark tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves! Faker, what was that?
Faker with a huge play, the QSS.
I can't believe I just saw
he
that.
actually won that duel.
I can't believe that
SK
happened.
Telecom
I'm
just
gonna lose my mind.
charges into the KT Bullets base.
Oh, wow. Can you say GG?
This highlight clutched Game 5 for SKT and won Faker his first domestic title. SK Telecom were Korea's champions, and perhaps more importantly, they were about to head off to their first international event, Worlds, representing Korea as their #1 seed. Ironically, that World Championship ended up being much less exciting than OGN Summer because of just how dominant SKT were. After only dropping one game in group stage, SKT swept through the event with ease, proving Korea was the best region in the world. They crushed last year's world champions in quarterfinals, played a tough series versus Korea's number 2 seed in semis, and managed to sweep China's number 1 seed in grand finals to win Korea's first world championship.
Gonna go down. This could be a 20-minute game for SK Telecom. They will be the Season 3 World Champions here at the Staples Center.
And it was the most impressive victory at the end. SKT is the team that starts slow and finishes even stronger. But they started this best of 5 with a win. And after that, there was no stopping the Koreans.
Back in South Korea, Deft sat at home watching Faker lift the Summoners Cup halfway around the world. I can't imagine it was easy, seeing a classmate who shared so much of your background accomplish so much in his debut year. Deft's rookie campaign, by comparison, ended pretty forgettably. Although he did have some highlights and even earned some fans, Deft's teams hadn't even made a playoff series, much less come close to winning any sort of trophy. Perhaps the most significant thing that happened was when commentators noticed Deft looked a little bit like an alpaca, resulting in fans giving him his first nickname. But at the start of Season 4, Deft got his own shot at greatness. Going into 2014, MVP sold their League of Legends division to Korea's richest company, the Samsung Corporation, who went on to rebrand the teams under their flagship, now named Samsung Galaxy Ozone and Samsung Galaxy Blue. Ozone were still considered the main lineup for now, but it appeared as though Samsung wanted each roster to be equally competitive as they completely rebuilt Blue around Deft. This new lineup didn't have much time to practice together, as the first tournament they'd compete in, the 2013 World Cyber Games Korean qualifier, occurred just 2 weeks after Worlds ended. Here, the rookie squad was thrown into the fire immediately, as they were drawn to face their sister team in the single elimination bracket. Nobody thought these fresh faces had much of a chance, but in a surprising turn of events, the rookie team upset the main roster in a narrow 2-1 series. This sent them to semifinals, where they'd now have to face off against the defending world champions, marking the first time Deft and Faker squared off in a full series elimination match. SKT had just won Worlds. Nobody expected Blue to play up to their level, but that's what made it so surprising when the series kicked off, with Faker getting solo killed.
There's a Cocoon. Bengi gets jumped on, a lot of damage put on him by Spirit. He needs to safeguard over the wall, but there's Repel chasing him down. Bengi in a bit of trouble. Can he catch him? Can he get the execute? Forces the flash. Meanwhile, Pawn 1v1s Faker. No way. I gotta see the replay of that.
Yeah, this is. Look at what happened. Faker from full health as well.
Yeah.
And then Faker comes in with the auto harass, speeding it up a little bit, trying to wait and see what happens. Whoop. Okay, so Faker tries to. Oh, he plays way too aggressively right here. Gets hit by a lot of that minion damage, and Pawn just turns around and hits him with a point-blank spear to the face.
One of the players Samsung had signed for Blue was a mid laner named Pawn. Originally playing under the username Wan Sok, Pawn had spent the previous year competing for an amateur team named MIG Blitz. He shared quite a few similarities to Deft and Faker, as yet another young kid from Seoul trying to make it in competitive league, albeit one that actually finished high school. Most onlookers knew very little about him or his previous year of competition at the time of his signing, but as it turned out, Pawn might have been the most dedicated player in Korean League up until that point. Across Season 3, he racked up 3,800 total solo queue matches, more than any other player in Korea. That number averages out to just over 10 games a day, every day, for a full year. All that practice paid off as he showed some flashes of brilliance with his amateur team, enough to get him an offer playing for Samsung Blue. And in this series against SKT, he played out of his mind.
To pick up that second kill and make
Oh,
sure that
Faker gets taken out by Pawn again. He's going to get out.
Well, that surprised me again, and wow, Faker not having the best game, but Pawn absolutely dominating him.
Yeah, really nicely done. He's going to go down for sure. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, goodbye, Spirit. Another kill for SK Telecom. Pawn. There's the Ignite, the level 6 finally up.
Double, triple kill!
No way, Pawn! Pawn is the new Faker. I guess it is going to be a 2-0 for Samsung Blue. They defeat the League of Legends Season 3 World Champions in style. Wow.
That
is this real life?
An insane upset.
League fans across the world were stunned at how poor SKT looked. They got swept 2-0 by a rookie lineup that was now all anyone could talk about. Even international pros had to tune into the VODs and see just how this roster took down the former best team in the world.
Yeah, I think that they got back to Korea right after the World Finals and started practicing for this tournament. That's my understanding.
Damn, that's intense.
Yep. No days off.
Respect it though. That's some hard work.
That's how you win a world championship.
Yeah, you gotta just put the time in. I think that's like always what it comes down to being better, is just put the time in.
Not only was Pawn looking like one of the next great mid laners about to conquer Korea, but Deft was also playing much better himself, giving Blue a deadly two-pronged attack. As time went on, fans eventually learned these carries struck up a really close friendship, which probably helped Deft and his tilting issues quite a bit. As a kid who originally got into League of Legends just as a way to have fun with friends, I'm sure it meant a lot to him developing his first close pro friendship in the esports scene. With Samsung taking down SKT, it sent waves across Korea. This was a roster made up almost entirely of young, talented stars. No first-generation pros. All these players were so new, they still had their best days ahead. Realizing they were witnessing the birth of a new generation of star, Korean fans gave this roster the nickname the Crazy High School Kids, and they might just be favorites to take the next Korean title. WCG ended with Blue losing a narrow 2-1 series to CJ Entus, but even with the slip-up, many still thought they were the squad to watch for the next Korean split, OGN Winter. This season started off a little unlucky for Blue, as they were drawn into arguably the group of death, but after splitting all their games 1-1 and securing a spot out of groups with second place, many were still very excited to see what this roster could accomplish in playoffs. It looked like this was finally Deft's time to shine in the spotlight, until Samsung Blue were drawn to face Faker in quarterfinals.
그것도 압도적인 기량차 전승으로 16강 가면서 8강 가면서
Faker reminded everybody that SKT were the team to watch in Korea, as Samsung Blue were swept 3-0 in quarterfinals. SKT went on to win this entire winter championship without dropping a single game in group stage or bracket. Perhaps out of a desire for revenge, though, Faker's best game all split came in this series against Blue, when he did something almost cruel against Pawn. See, back in that WCG qualifier when Pawn solo killed Faker, he did so with Nidalee, an AP poke mid lane mage that many fans in League thought had become way too strong. She had a long-range poke with her spear coupled with a really strong heal, both of which scaled well off AP. A star mid laner using her well could snowball a game in their favor fast, which explains a little bit of how Pawn was able to snowball such an impressive lead against Faker. In Game 2 of this rematch series, though, Faker picked AP Nidalee mid against Pawn and used her to pick Blue apart.
Well, here we go. Some of Faker's insane spear plays. This was great. The flash forward. Look at that. Just, catch it up with his spear like you do.
A little bit of spear
goodbye.
Surfing. Yeah, you can. Oh, man. Another huge chunk taken out of Pawn there.
Yeah, and Impact. Acorn just kind of whiffs his ult right there. And, oh, my. That's very nice. Nicely threaded. I mean, Faker hit pretty much everything this game. The skill shots were just, oh, my.
Wow. I mean, it's just like a non-stop highlight reel. Faker killing people with spears like this one. Deft, more than half of his life left. Doesn't matter. Goodbye.
Pawn was still viewed as one of the best mid laners in Korea, but was now squarely behind Faker in their quickly emerging rivalry. In response to the setback, Samsung presumably felt as though they had to do something to keep their teams competitive against SKT. So they decided to move Pawn to the main lineup, swapping mids. Deft was separated from his friend, as Samsung seemed to be reminding everyone Blue were just the B team to train stars for their main squad. I don't know what the players on Blue were thinking at the time. Nobody other than the lineup themselves will ever know for sure what their emotional reaction was to this switch. It's never fun to be the little brother who has to sit back and see your sibling always stealing the spotlight. So perhaps it was this move in particular that set a fire under the team, because after this roster swap, Blue couldn't stop winning. Spring 2014 kicked off for Blue with an immaculate group stage as the team only dropped 1 game out of 6, sending them into their second OGN quarterfinals. Although they had lost a star mid laner in Pawn, the team had picked up another star in Dade, a mid lane prodigy from Korea's first generation of pros, who previously was considered such a talented leader he was nicknamed the General, always seen wearing a special general's jacket on stage. Dade was playing pretty well himself at the start of this split, eager to earn back some of the lost respect from a few previous disappointing campaigns on Ozone, but it was Deft and his improved play that helped the team win their first quarterfinal.
Coming in with the Zenith Blade onto Heart, gets knocked away immediately. Meanwhile, AD carry duel, Deft nearly taking down space. Madlife trying to do something. Oh, the ult misses. Here comes Ziggs coming in with the Mega Inferno bomb. Doesn't do much. Deft finally does get the kill on the Madlife, though.
Deft nearly hit 2 people. He nearly killed space with that True Shot Barrage, too.
Yeah.
It was actually incredibly well aimed.
Whoa, Coco gets knocked out. Spirit there's the pulverized. Deft coming in to finish it off. And that's another kill for Deft. Samsung Blue really starting to run away with this game.
If Blue kept playing this well, they might have a chance to win OGN outright. But to do that, they'd first have to go through their sister squad. Ozone had been doing well with the roster swap themselves up until this point. Pawn was finding great synergy with Imp, which led to the team finishing 6-0 in group stage, then beating SK Telecom in quarterfinals, giving Pawn his own bit of revenge against Faker. Ozone were supposed to be the main lineup between these two teams after all. Even with their one-lost series at WCG, this was the team who brought the organization their first title back in their MVP days. Imp was still seen as the best AD carry in either lineup, and one that didn't tilt quite as often as Deft.
걔 멘탈이 아주 장난 아니에요. 자기가 라인전 지면은 정글 아닌 미드 다 불러요 그냥. 은근히 멘탈이 좀 쉽게 나가요. 그때는 빨리 수습을 해줘야 돼요. 그렇게 안 하면은 삐져서. 그건 인정하는 부분이에요. 제가 멘탈이 너무 약해서.
With Pawn joining and making this roster even stronger, Ozone were seen as the easy favorites to win the series, putting their little brother back down in his place. Very few League fans thought Blue had any chance.
And really get the smite away. Imp there as well. They're waiting for it. Red buff still not taken. Spirit a bit low. Spirit has the flash. Oh, they slowed down with the briefcase. They're coming in. A lot of slows. Oh, but Dade comes from the outside. Looper extremely low. And there's first blood going to Imp already. Looks like they'll trade though. Imp could be in big trouble here. Dade comes in. There's the dash. Can he get the knockup? There's a pink ward to spot Imp. There's the ignite. Dade coming in. The solar flare. Slows out Dade. Dade gets the ultimate though. Oh, he doesn't kill him. No, he does kill him. And now Dade fighting with Mata. He's going to get another one. 2 kills and Looper is right. No Spirit's there yet. Spirit has to come in trying to help, but Deft may be in trouble. There's the Glitterlance. Deft getting low. He pops the heal. Can he get out though? Trying to flash away. He's trying to make it. Oh man, first blood goes
A-card
to
with
Spirit.
the TP.
Yeah, but can he do anything with it? Oh, the double kill for Spirit. A triple kill for Spirit. There's that tidal wave engage again from Renekton, and Dade gets a great ultimate again, gets out of the fight, comes right back in, onto Imp, onto Pawn. 2 kills already for Deft. This is it. It's going to be an ace as Looper tries to get away. Another double kill for Spirit. They'll let him go. They'll go for the inhibitor, and with 30+ second death timers on everybody, this is going to be it. Ozone knows it, and it may have been a little bit improbable, but after what a season Blue has had, it's no surprise that at the end of the day, Samsung Blue will take it 3-1. They are going to the Champion Spring Grand Finals.
Samsung Blue upset Ozone off incredible play from the team top to bottom. Dade was the superstar everyone couldn't stop talking about with his highlights on Yasuo, but Deft had his own impressive moments, particularly with his mental fortitude. Ozone took game 1 of the series in pretty dominating fashion, the sort of stop that normally sets players on tilt. Yet Deft was unaffected, helping to carry the next 2 games to easy victories.
Looper gets himself caught in the end, and Deft should be able to finish him off. A missing shot, one more. Oh, there we go. Okay, he's going to get
red buff.
Yep.
With Blue up 2-1, Ozone responded by picking on Deft in Game 4, as if they were trying to make him tilt through constant ganks and harassment, but he never let the pressure get to him. Samsung Blue finished out the series with a victory, coming out on top, and sending the team into Grand Finals. For Deft, slaying his sister squad was the toughest part of this playoff run. In Grand Finals, he played lights out and won his first Korean championship.
Samsung Blue is right on top. They use the teleport to come in, and they're going to close
Here we go. Flash root prison on this half, but they're going to bring him in with the death sentence, and that type of team coordination kind of puts the nail in the final nail in the coffin to Najin White Shield, and it is that type of play that brought Samsung Blue through their long journey to being the champions in Champion Spring. GG!
Deft always had the talent to be a star. It was just the mental blocks holding him back, which seemed as though they may have finally been vanquished. The Samsung organization was so happy to see both their squads performing at a top level, they even went so far as to rename them to Samsung Blue and Samsung White, symbolically showing they were now on the same level. In the following summer split, Blue continued their momentum, storming through the season with more great performances. They topped their group stage for a second straight time, followed it up with more victories in bracket, until they managed to face off against their sister team in semis once again. And once again, Deft played lights out.
Oh, here we go. Dandy, they're going in. Acorn getting back. Dade gets pushed out of the fight by Mata a little bit. Deft doing a lot of damage. Everyone flying in. A lot of AoE. And Deft on the outside doing tons. Dade, Pawn, the last one standing. Almost. Looper, of course, the real last one standing, but a double kill for Deft. That is it. That is going to be the ace. And that will also be the game. Samsung Blue coming back for a 3-1 victory over their sister team, Samsung White. They're going to the finals for the second season in a row.
And they're going to leave Korea as the first seed.
They are number 1.
Blue crushed White 3-1, solidifying they had become the better roster, and possibly the best team in Korea. They narrowly stumbled in Grand Finals, losing their last series, but that actually didn't matter too much, because with their Grand Finals berth, Samsung Blue had just earned Korea's number 1 seed for the 2014 World Championship. Faker had his world title, now it was Deft's turn. Season 4 Worlds was an exciting time for League fans across the globe, since this was the first Riot-hosted international tournament in a full year. Nobody had seen top-tier inter-regional competition since SKT's run last season, and Deft was in a perfect position to lead Samsung Blue to repeat that performance. Blue were favorites to win Worlds going into the event. Of the 3 Korean teams in attendance, Blue had beaten the other 2 competitors head-to-head in spring and summer. There certainly was some question about whether or not another region could topple Korea and take Worlds for themselves, but after Blue opened the tournament thrashing China's OMG in their very first game, those thoughts were quickly put to rest.
Team come around the back and OMG are caught out of position. The wave catches on towards Sand. The intervention isn't enough to save his life. The rocket jump away, but he will get burnt down. Going gets caught out as well. It's a double bill for Deft, and they are just romping through them now. They have full control of that jungle.
Apart from a small hiccup, the rest of group stage was a breeze for Blue, who made it out with the number 1 seed. It honestly felt a little like poetry. Deft's Worlds began exactly like Faker's did a year ago, with a strong start, dropping only 1 match in groups. In bracket, Blue continued that performance when placed up against North America's Cloud9 in quarterfinals, who they dispatched with ease.
I'm not sure which way it is. There's an eagle.
Oh, pretty good.
It's a good one. Hard taken solo. They get down Dane, but can they get anything else?
Deft still up.
Sneaky comes in. It's back and forth. He has to get the hell out of there for the rat-a-tat-tat. Spirit goes in towards him. He's trying to keep them at bay.
Oh!
The exhaust goes down. High picked off. It's the ace once again for Samsung Blue. It was so hopeful for a moment, but again, it's the Koreans that come out on top.
With only 4 teams remaining, Blue were now all but guaranteed to win Worlds. That's because on the other side of the bracket, 2 Chinese teams would play each other for a spot in Grand Finals, both of which should be relatively easy competition for whoever faced them. Deft and Samsung Blue just had to overcome their sister team one last time. Samsung White were old news at this point. Blue had beaten them in every head-to-head series played this year. They came out on top when they had Pawn as their mid laner at WCG, and Blue still came out on top even after the roster swap, trading the team's mids. This was the Samsung team destined to win a world championship. All they had to do was take this series
and really avoid the chain of corruption in this fight. They do have an edge leading into this. Let's see if they pull off a gank before the Dragon.
Oh, here come Bones, teleports down, it's gonna be right on top of each other. Dane gets what he wants. He is gonna be out of the fight, and he also has the intervention on. Pawn almost goes down here, but he gets the brush control. Denies the vision. Oh no, Looper gets going, and that's gonna be one is there. Red buff on him as well. Whoever gets tagged is probably gonna be tagged for death. Dandy turns it out. A great heal coming from Mata to save Dandy. Another jump from Looper as he gets a kill. Can Dade and the rest of the team answer? Is there any rebuttal to these kills? Whoa. Not in range for the Oswald. It flashes out. Somehow he lives, and they're gonna take down Spirit as well. There's the disengage
Here's
from
the flank.
Mata.
Watch it calling from the back.
Dade's trying to find what he can. Deft gets hit up. There's no peel for him. Chain of corruption did go out, but as soon as Looper is let out of that prison, he is just knocking down the walls and finding more kills. A double for him. Another ace for Samsung White.
It's almost a 20,000 goal lead at 26 minutes. At this point, Blue has absolutely zero chance of winning this game.
Are they going to be able to get in?
Danger.
Dade's big.
It's real danger.
Dade is big.
That's a kill. That was
what?
Not good.
Quick hit over. This is goes down. Dragon goes to Pawn. Pawn gets another one. What in the world is happening right now? Too much off of that, but they do get a kill over to Dade. Still the fight continues. Pawn comes in with the jump. That just looks like he is going to chew everything up. One more hit. The double kill for Pawn as he gets a kill on Dade and Acorn, and he just gets bigger and bigger. 7-2-4.
Now early on in the game here, and Acorn actually gets hit again.
That's going to be some big damage. The exhaust is staying in range. Oh my gosh, they actually pull off the kill as well. You can see them.
Have to settle. They want to steal. They want to steal. Let's see what they can do.
Oh! The Prince of Thieves comes up once again, kicks away, almost to safety. That's a kill going over to Spirit, but Looper's finalized himself 1, 2, possibly 3 with one more rip. Now he's just going to get the triple kill off an easy Q. It does not look good right now for Ace. The quickest in this best of 5 series, and they do not hesitate to drop the Nexus. It's only going to take 3. Samsung White finally defeats Samsung Blue.
And in such a remarkable fashion, 3 incredibly one-sided fast games. They do it in such style, picking Akali in the top lane, Kassadin in the top lane, Assassins in the mid lane. Really, anything they felt like playing is what it felt like. To finally defeat the team they could not get past in this way is legendary.
In an upset nobody predicted, Samsung White came out on top. Blue didn't just lose, they got swept, 3-0. The series was particularly heartbreaking for Deft, largely because it wasn't his fault. In Game 1, Blue constantly found themselves mispositioned, getting killed by Samsung White outnumbered over and over. While Deft did have a few misplays, he ended up being the only positive player on the team by late game, trying to farm into his AD carry power spike. Blue's mid laner, on the other hand, Dade, was making mistakes all over the place, completely outclassed by Pawn. Game 2 was closer. For a while, Blue were keeping the match tight in kills and gold, again off some stellar AD carry play from Deft. But once again, Blue started making a few critical errors, with jungle, mid, and top getting caught out with really simple mistakes. This put the whole team on tilt as they started forcing one losing fight after another, always without their AD carry. Then, all the mental strength Deft had built up over the year was broken in one series. Game 3 was a slaughter.
If we were to track through the history of League of Legends in best of fives, the accumulated kill death score and the total gold lead of that series, I doubt you'd find one worse than this one.
Absolutely.
And it's in the semifinals of Worlds. It is miraculous what White is doing right now.
And it's crazy.
Rather than Blue celebrating an impending Worlds title, White were the ones off to Grand Finals instead, and it destroyed Deft. If seeing his classmate win Worlds last year wasn't hard enough for him, I can only imagine how overwhelming it must feel to come so close, only to be knocked out right before the finish line. Instead, it was Pawn that got to move on, reclaiming his status as one of the best mid laners in the game. When both teams took the stage after the series to take a bow, Blue's mid laner Dade gave his special General's jacket to Pawn, telling him to go off and win the World Championship. Pawn was able to do exactly that, as he alongside Imp made their way to Grand Finals, where China's RNG couldn't match up to their level. Samsung White crushed them 3-1, earning Pawn his first World Championship, and Samsung their first as an organization.
First Nexus, sorry, is going to fall. Only Lulu really there to stop them. The second Nexus, sorry, fall. They're going to focus in on the Nexus itself, and Samsung White are the 2014 World Champions.
What a sight. Just what an extraordinary World Championship Samsung White has had. Dandy's red guard.
By the end of Season 4, League of Legends had officially been out for half a decade, and at this point in that lengthy history, there had never been a player or team who remained at the top of the game for long. There was never a repeat world champion, or a star who could call themselves best in the game for more than a season or two. One generation came along to reach the top only to be overthrown by the next, which is why many thought this story was coming to an end. The crazy high school kids came into League and had their day in the sun. They reached the top, won some world championships, or at least came pretty damn close, and played some great League of Legends all along the way. But it was only a matter of time until the next generation took over. Nobody expected this story to continue, but of course, it did. We didn't know it at the time, but Deft and Faker were special. They weren't just great League of Legends players who were the best of their era, they were two of the best of all time. These high school rivals were destined to be locked in a struggle to overthrow each other that would go on for many more years after this. They'd fight for Korean championships, world titles, and the status of best in the game over and over again. In fact, they're about to face off at an international grand final where Deft will make the riskiest gamble in League of Legends history. It almost can't be overstated how disappointed Deft was following 2014 Worlds. His team, Samsung Blue, came in as the #1 seed from Korea. The overwhelming favorites predicted to sweep their way to a title, just as Faker, his high school rival, had done a year before. Yet somehow, not only did Blue fail to win it all, they were eliminated by their sister team, a roster they had repeatedly beaten all year long, except now, when it mattered most. It was a shock to spectators, although there were some warning signs Blue weren't quite so unshakable. Earlier back in World's group stage, on their opening day of games, Blue played an interesting match against a team named Fnatic. This was Europe's #2 seed that had historically been quite good, but who were having an up and down year. Most spectators didn't think Fnatic would be able to put up much of a fight against Blue, but they did more than that.
Seconds for Dade to come up. There's the second Nexus story. Peke using a last second dodges. Fnatic are fighting here. Is it going to go well for them? Is it going to go their way? They finish it off, and Fnatic take down Samsung Blue.
Samsung Blue were obliterated by the scrappy European squad, which proved to be the first signal something was wrong, and it rattled Deft. After the game, Deft was seen on stage with tears welling in his eyes. It looked like this loss undid all the hard work he had put into conquering his volatile emotions. It was possible the early disappointment could have sent Blue on a downward spiral of tilt, ending their season with an even earlier exit from Worlds. That is, if it wasn't for a kind opponent who approached Deft with some positivity after the game.
I saw Deft crying after the game, and I really respect him, and I went to him after the game and I gave him a hug and I said, shit happens, you know, like in the end, life continues, you will do better next time, and I think he was really grateful for it.
되게 착해요. 착한 부분 때문에 친해지게 됐고.
Reckless was Fnatic's AD carry, a rising European star at the time that shared a surprising number of similarities to the crazy high school kids of Blue. Just a few years prior, he was in their shoes, giving up his future to commit himself to competitive League of Legends full-time at a very young age. His goal was to one day grow into becoming one of the best AD carries in the world, which is why he found so much inspiration in Deft.
Well, I guess it basically all started last year. My eye catched him, you know, along the way when I was looking for people to look up to. I was a big fan of him. I even named one of my accounts like European Deft. He thought that was super cool. So he actually reached out to me and added me on the League client when we went to bootcamp in Korea. So for me, that made me feel really appreciated, you know, as a person and as a player.
League of Legends is a famously taxing experience on its players' mental health, which is why the friendships Deft makes over the course of his career will be an integral part of his development. Making connections through gaming has always been an important part of his journey, and I'll tell you right now, Deft only finds success when he's surrounded and supported by teammates and friends to rely on. That's what made it so sad. This connection led to a terrible heartbreak. After 2014 Worlds, League of Legends experienced what came to be known as the Great Korean Exodus. At the start of the 2015 offseason, foreign markets of North America, Europe, and China all began making such large free agency offers to top Korean players, most left their home region. China in particular had developed a genius idea where major live streaming services teamed up with LPL clubs to create the kinds of offers Korean pros couldn't refuse. The idea was an LPL team would make a free agency offer in conjunction with a live streaming website for a particular pro. The live streamer added additional money to the contract, inflating the salary, all but guaranteeing the player would accept, and in exchange, the site would get to add certain riders to the deal, like the player would have to stream on their website exclusively and meet a certain number of hours streamed each week or month. In theory, the live stream service could turn a profit subsidizing these contracts by then promoting themselves as the exclusive place to watch these one-of-a-kind top Korean pros, which could work well if it resulted in millions of viewers joining their site, something that was possible with China being the largest region in League of Legends. I'm not sure it's clear how well this business strategy worked out for the websites, but this system did a phenomenal job prying away big names from Korea. Faker stayed with SK Telecom, turning down some million-dollar offers to do so, but he was pretty much the only one that did. Virtually every other big-name star left in the Exodus, including the entirety of Samsung White. Fresh off their World Championship, Samsung's players were some of the hottest free agents on the market. Plenty of Chinese clubs started throwing inflated contracts their way, hoping to convince them to join the LPL, which they all did. For all the power and wealth the Samsung Corporation had, they apparently weren't willing to spend any of it to keep their League of Legends division around. As a result, the defending world champions disbanded, a sad development for anyone hoping to see them try and repeat a title. Deft in the meantime was still recovering from 2014 Worlds. Losing in semifinals to his sister team and friend was almost too much to bear, as he later stated that was the worst moment of his entire career.
저희가 4강에서 떨어지고 결승을 직관을 하러 갔는데 형제 팀이 결승에 갔다 보니까 그 월드컵 경기장에서 결승을 했었거든요. 근데 이제 거기가 제가 사는 집 바로 옆이어서 제가 어렸을 때 축구 경기도 보러 갔었는데 그런 무대에서 결승을 하는 게 너무 부럽고 또
삼성 파이트와
또 1경기를 보는데 저희 형제팀이 너무 잘하는 거예요.
Oh, this is really bad. Corn's come up from the mid lane as well. There was the teleport coming in. Corn, he may just be going down on this one. Who's taking up the turret? It was Corn. He flashes away.
이제 형들이 우승하겠구나 하고 보다가 뭔가 그 밑에서 보고 있는 제가 너무 되게 초라해 보여서 숙소로 가서 연습을 했던 기억이 있는데 다시 그렇게 초라해지지 말아야겠다 하면서 되게 열심히 할 수 있는 것 같아요.
Feeling frustrated at the blown opportunity, Deft wanted to do something about it, so for Season 5, he decided he would make the proactive move to leave and start over with a new organization.
너무 분하고 이 삼성 화이트를 꺾을 수 있는 팀을 들어가야겠다 아니면 그런 팀을 만들어 봐야겠다.
Shortly after this conviction, Deft received an offer to join an LPL club himself. The offer came from a team named Edward Gaming, who were one of the top Chinese organizations. They actually shared quite a few similarities to Deft, as they too dominated their domestic scene in 2014, winning back-to-back LPL titles as the clear best org in China, yet like Deft, they also had a disappointing Worlds, with some rough losses in group stage, followed with an early exit in bracket. In some ways, the two entities were kindred spirits, some of the most talented and impressive stars in the game yet to prove themselves internationally, and perhaps feeling that connection, Deft agreed to sign on with EDG for Season 5. This was a talented roster that had a genuine shot to compete for a world title in the following year, especially with Deft's addition. EDG gave him the opportunity to take down his old rivals, not to mention the opportunity to reunite with a friend.
Fight!
Pawn had signed on with EDG in the Exodus, finalizing his contract just before Deft joined the team. I'm sure if Deft had any reservations about moving off to the LPL, the prospect of reuniting with his old Samsung buddy convinced him to take the leap. It was always a nerve-wracking choice to make, as Deft was just 17 years old at the time, still a shy kid, now moving off to a foreign country where he didn't speak the language. But he believed this was a team he could help build into a world champion. At the start of Season 5, this new roster hit the ground running. In the massive 12-team LPL, they finished the spring regular season in first place with a 17-4-1 series result, only losing one set, and a 38-6 total game record. Their dominance continued in the following playoff bracket, although the roster did have to eke out a win against their historic rival WE 3-2 in quarterfinals. They made quick work of Invictus Gaming in semis to make themselves favorites heading into grand finals, where they now met up against LGD Gaming, a team piloted by a star player Deft and Pawn knew all too well. Imp was another one of the Samsung stars that left in the Korean exodus. After winning a world championship with White and winning the hearts of international viewers, he had become such a big name, many were calling him one of the best AD carries in the world. With his history as a teammate to Pawn and a rival/mentor to Deft, Imp was in prime position to end EDG's title run, and with the way this grand final started, it looked like he might do exactly that.
With a teleport, we're talking about a lot of members.
This wave's coming back as well. Now TVQ going to wrap around. That's good damage coming through. The ulti going to look for it, but the flashes come through for Deft. Just missed the ulti, but the knockup coming in. First blood for TVQ as Akon come down here as well. EDG probably doesn't mind too much. Maybe now with Akon there as well. Actually just channels the ulti right on top of them in. Takes a decent amount of burst damage with Akon coming in. Massive Sejuani are going to catch them. Mako, TVQ almost dies, and Imp now has to run away. He's in trouble now. Koro coming in. Koro, can he line up the Mega? Now he's going into the form. He doesn't have his ulti or flash, and he goes back in. Akon gets low, but a kill there for Godby. Koro goes down. Deft will follow, and a massive trade there as Ori gets a double.
The first 4 games went back and forth, with Imp constantly threatening to take grand finals, but Deft and Pawn were doing well fighting back. They forced a full 5-game series, entering the last match ready to play their best. The final game started off the same way the rest of the series had gone, with teams trading a tight lead back and forth. One slip-up or mistake could be enough to swing this title one way or another in a very high-pressure situation, the kind of high-pressure situation EDG and Deft were perhaps known for choking. That's what made it so special when Deft and Pawn made it to late game and somehow did this.
Here from LGD. They're on top of the Baron. There's the teleport coming through. Ultimate already in for Twist of Fate. He's so close, and Akon forced the port lane. Clearlove going back in. Akon around the side, but Deft finally makes it in. Godby getting tanked up as well. Clearlove actually dies as Pawn goes back in, and Mako's not here, and Deft now peeled away, but Koro does so much work in the frag climate. It might not be enough here. Pawn needs to find a kill to win, but he sets it out. Imp gets the kill. That's 2 kills. Deft goes back in, flashes aggressive. Pawn needs to kite away. Deft, what the hell? Gets a triple kill, gets the quadra, gets the penta kill. What on earth is going on?
Penta kill from the Korean duo Deft and Pawn wins them this game. They still have a minion wave. Koro's still alive, and that should be it.
What happened? One turret down. EDG are training down these turrets. Can they take out the game? PYL's back. TVQ's back as well. Imp is going in for EDG. They're committing. They want to go for the Nexus. They take it out. The once and future Kings ascend again to the throne. EDG, your 2015 LPL Spring winners.
Deft pulled out perhaps the most memorable victory of his career as he earned his first competitive pentakill, acing LGD and Imp to win the LPL Spring Split. For a player who struggled with these kinds of situations, to get the perfect revenge against the star that knocked him out of Worlds, it must have been incredibly cathartic. But he didn't have time to celebrate because the job wasn't done. In fact, it had only just begun because this victory qualified EDG for the second biggest international tournament in League of Legends. By the time Season 5 rolled around, League fans had been clamoring for a while to see more international events. The only big tournaments hosted in the past 2 years were Season 3 and Season 4 Worlds, which were exciting in part because of the scarcity. Only having one big international event each year was part of what solidified the legacies of Faker and Pawn as these exciting star carries that could perform so well under so much pressure. But even so, League fans wanted more international competition like they had in earlier seasons, so in response, Riot introduced a new international tournament for 2015. The Mid-Season Invitational, or MSI, was an international event that aimed to pit all the spring champions from each region against each other halfway through the season. It contained a smaller field of teams than Worlds and had a shorter schedule and format as a result. But even so, seeing domestic champions from every region in the world come together for an international event was always a big deal, and League fans soon saw it as the most impressive competition to win outside of Worlds. That of course meant it was a pretty big deal. Deft just won qualification for the first ever MSI. EDG were China's representatives going into MSI 2015, and with the squad coming off their third domestic title in a row, they were certainly considered one of the favorites to win. The other team favorited were Korea's spring champions. SKT and Faker had been through quite a bit over the past year and a half, and were frankly going through a bit of a lull in their history. Although SKT won Season 3 Worlds and dominated the OGN Winter Split after that, they started struggling for the rest of 2014, losing so much in bracket, mostly to Pawn, they didn't qualify for Worlds that year and didn't get a shot to defend their title. Not only that, but the roster lost 3/5 of their stars to the Korean Exodus, having to rebuild with a series of players from their sister team. SKT were in rough shape for Season 5, but going into spring, Faker was eager to make his way back to the top.
At the end, yeah, I agree. And Nagne coming in onto Faker. Faker flashes ahead. He's in trouble here. Faker turns. Does he get Nagne? He does. Wow, Faker, what do you know? He's really good on Victor. There's a double kill. Things Faker does.
What
1v1s in
the
RA.
hell was that? I can't believe he managed to pull that off.
At the start of Season 5, Faker was back in form and led SKT to steamroll their way through the LCK Spring Split with relative ease. After a 3-0 sweep in Grand Finals, they punched their own ticket to the inaugural MSI, ensuring the next chapter of Deft, Pawn, and Faker's story would be written at this historic event. The first few days of MSI were pretty calm. Group stage was relatively easy for the tournament favorites as they qualified for the bracket without too much trouble. Because everyone assumed they'd be meeting up in Grand Finals later on, their one group stage game against each other was seen more so as a teaser for finals than anything else. SKT won the match, but it kind of felt like these teams were holding back. There was a sense of restraint, as if these lineups were saving their best strategies for later on. Viewers got to see that rematch just a few days later as both teams won their semifinals series, but when Grand Finals began to determine a champion, there was a bit of a surprise because Faker wasn't playing. SKT started the series with a mid laner named EasyHoon, who was known to be slightly better than Faker on a few specialty champions. Eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed EasyHoon was an old friend to Deft, starting as the mid laner on the original MVP Blue roster before Pawn replaced him in 2014 winter. After Pawn came in to take his job, Easy moved off to SKT where he played on one of their sister teams, now rostered as the 6th man in this tournament lineup. I'm sure he was eager for this series as it provided him his own opportunity for revenge, and in Game 1 he came out swinging on Cassiopeia.
Extremely strong. His Annie is as well, which is why he knows how to play against it so well. Pawn getting stuck in the mid lane. EasyHoon actually hit him with a Noxus Blast just earlier to stop his back, and it results in the kill as Bengi comes in.
SKT hit the ground running as EasyHoon led them to a crushing victory in Game 1. By the end of the match, he had a perfect KDA ratio, but it was only the start of the series. In Game 2, EDG picked Cassiopeia. Led by Pawn and Deft, they came back in a rebound victory that evened the series up 1-1, with Deft in particular starting to reach his peak level of play, as if he really wanted to win this championship. In Game 3, SKT ran it back with EasyHoon, trying to recapture some of the magic of Game 1, but Pawn and Deft were now in form, with Edward Gaming absolutely crushing the match in a crazy one-sided fashion to take a 2-1 lead. This is what finally brought Faker back into the series.
Over to Clear Love, it's something they needed to get those stats in. Marin is in a great spot to stop anybody from getting away. Pawn over the wall as well. Everything's happening in retreat right now for EDG, and SKT is just layering on the damage. Only able to find Koro here, but I think Mako is going to be a second kill as well, and that is another double kill for Faker's Kassadin.
Faker getting fed at this point, 5-0-6. This is when he starts just blowing people up.
In Game 4, Faker re-entered the lineup and played like Faker does. Here, he picked the hypercarry Kassadin and led SKT to a win that evened the series up 2-2, sending us into a final Game 5 to determine a champion. This was the first full 5-game set to ever occur in Grand Finals of a major international League of Legends tournament, and with both teams so evenly matched, nobody knew who would win. If anyone had the momentum, it was SKT, with Faker coming into the lineup and dominating Game 4, so EDG had to do something to try to neutralize him, right? Well, they certainly did something. So for all of Faker's accomplishments at this point in his career, the most unbeatable part of his gameplay was his mastery of the champion LeBlanc. LeBlanc is already a flashy hard carry mage with all sorts of combo tricks that can make her near impossible to beat in the right hands, but Faker abused her on a level nobody else could match. Up until now, Faker had never lost a game while playing LeBlanc, period. He had picked her 10 times in competitive play and won every single one of those matches. In fact, the first ever game he played her was against MVP Blue back in 2013 spring, where he absolutely picked Deft's team apart.
They may decide to just dunk him under dirt. They are. They're going in on impact. Faker coming in, doing a ton of damage to Chunju, and Chunju's not going to get out of there. Oh, wow. Chunyang coming in. Can he catch anybody, though? Impact taking some damage. Repel coming down. Again, Chunyang just needs to get out of there. Flop. Oh, he gets the snare on Impact. They're not done yet. Impact has to dash away. Faker with the chains. He's going to go in and assassinate Elise.
And that
Faker.
distortion combined with the flash, getting him out, saying, these are some of the most impressive LeBlanc plays I have ever seen, Noah.
Yeah.
You can hear it in the commentary. Faker did things nobody else could do with this champion, all of which is to say, the very first step of neutralizing Faker, especially in this pivotal Game 5 to determine the first champion of MSI, step 1 has to be banning LeBlanc, right?
There is so much pressure on these guys. You can be the most seasoned veterans possible, but when you're in a situation like this, in the 5th game of an international tournament that had the #1 team from all the major regions around the world, and one pick and one game can change your destiny there, you have to respect LeBlanc. It would put a shock through just the mentality of everyone in that game.
It is open now.
If you miss those spells, you're in bad trouble. With Alistar, it's not as bad. Does he lock it in? Coma's right over the shoulder here, talking to Faker, saying, I don't know what he's saying, but if he locks it in, he's saying, play LeBlanc. Bengi's hovering the new. 18 seconds left on the clock. Faker, stone cold in his look. Could he switch off it? Is he toying with everyone? Faker's LeBlanc, one of the best.
Yes, sir.
He locks it in for Game 5.
Faker has never lost with LeBlanc on the competitive stage.
Instead of banning LeBlanc, EDG went for the biggest gamble in competitive League of Legends history. The team specifically baited Faker into choosing LeBlanc so that they could pick a series of champions that could, in theory, counter her. Namely, they would sacrifice playing a full AP carry mid lane, instead picking the support-oriented Morgana. Pawn could use Morgana to mitigate Faker's LeBlanc if he played perfectly, but that meant EDG would only have one true carry, played by Deft bot lane. This was insanity. EDG's composition would probably get an early lead. They were built for early games, so it shouldn't be hard to get some kills and early objectives, but the team would always be on a ticking clock. If they didn't get a big enough lead, or if they didn't win the game fast enough, they would almost certainly lose in the later stages of the match. And if Faker ever got going on his best champion, the series would be over. This moment was the most pressure EDG's players had ever faced.
Statistical category farm-wise, which is what's keeping them back in this game.
Right up against the turret. Is this the finalizer from Faker here? Can he clean up the fight? Koro a little too tanky for the damage they're bringing. There's the mirror image from Faker. He's going to start dancing around. Pulls back and Faker's good to go. Finding, preventing any of that crowd control from hurting SKT's disengage, but it's going to be Bang putting himself right in the fight. Koro's already teleported in from the backside as well. Bang falls down. Wolf gets one last passive control on to, I believe, Deft, and he goes down as well. The double kill finally coming in for Pawn. He's been looking to get something going on the Morgana.
Faker and his Soul Stealer were not in that fight. They did match the teleports, but that's exactly the fight EDG needed to find since they are running out of time. Pawn are in there. It opened up just a small enough window for them to go. There's Several. They really want to fight.
They just hit their spell shields to block Faker's damage. They are going to get in onto Wolf, though. Good kill coming from Deft. They are still following with a bit of on-the-hunt pressure. Righteous Glory just wears off, and they go in. Koro's right in the middle with Ben from Maelstrom on.
That's a huge
all damage. The Soul Shackle causing SKT to flash out every which way. EDG is all over SKT, all over the health bars, and they drop everyone but Baggy and Faker. It's teleport
teleport plays have saved SKT more than once. Will it be this time again? They do lose out on Faker there. Faker comes in. Faker doesn't have that many stacks on that Magi. It's only 7 now. Now he's starting to stack it up as he takes down Mako. He still has eyes on the rest of the team. Elixir of Sorcery on him as well to get out a bit of extra damage. Koro finds him with the Twisted Advance as he pulls back to Distortion, and he can't get out alive. Marin's forced to turn as soon as he gnars out.
Job right now. SKT again going into Force this Dragon. Here's a fight.
Bengi in the front. Absolute Zero gets popped immediately. Hardly any damage to be delivered there. And Marin, he's going to get the binding. He's going to gnar. That may be enough time, but SKT actually doesn't go back in. It's just kind of saving him for now. But Koro finds his way in. Wolf's going to be next. Do they follow over the wall? No. They get position, and they are going to back and start to push that mid.
And something I thought I would never see. Faker failed his distortion over the wall in the middle of that fight, which really helped EDG push, because that's the way they could find SKT, a normally very elusive team. But this is another very dangerous Baron. EDG needs it to win. Here comes SK Telecom.
Bengi not there for the 50-50. Baron going very low at 1,500. It is going to go over to clear.
Down goes Faker.
They take down Faker immediately. EDG could have eyes on the base. Marin's going to be a distraction, but he's going down very fast, even as Mega Gnar. Edward Gaming could have eyes on the Nexus, and we're 37 minutes in. SKT is going to try to put up one hell of a defense here.
Baron minions, the damage dealers down outside of Bank. 5 people live for EDG. They are 1 push away from the Mid-Season Invitational Championship.
Bengi, Bang, and Wolf now trying to keep them from being extinct in the Mid-Season Invitational. Here's the last engage. EDG doesn't even see the turrets. Eyes on SKT. SK Telecom T1 are wiped. The Nexus turrets are going down. LPL's Edward Gaming are the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational Champions.
EDG had done it. They managed to outplay SK Telecom and were now champions. The win was extra special for Deft, who overcame so many demons in this series. He didn't get tilted, he didn't choke. Even with all the intensity of the whole world watching, this shy Korean kid never let the pressure get to him. He played like the best AD carry in the world, toppling his high school rival, and for a brief moment in history, Edward Gaming were the best team in League of Legends. After MSI ended, all teams returned to their home regions to play through the summer split. There were still domestic competitions to be held, but most competitive viewers were already looking forward to 2015 Worlds. After all, as impressive as Edward Gaming's MSI accomplishment was, you still had to win a World Championship if you truly wanted to be crowned the best. Unfortunately, EDG suffered from a bit of a post-MSI hangover. In the following LPL summer split, the squad continued playing well, winning their group in the regular season, but they slipped up down the stretch. In the weeks following the conclusion to the regular season, they opened the playoff stage by getting swept 3-0 to LGD and Imp, who went on to win that summer split. EDG had still made it to Worlds as China's number 2 seed off championship points from their spring performance, which is really all that mattered. Making it to Worlds means you have a shot to win. It means getting to participate in the international scrimmages and competition, meeting up with players and teams you don't normally get to see, including all your old rivals and old friends.
일단 훈이 선수도 소아텍 가기 전에 Hello.
Reckless had made it to Worlds himself as a part of Europe's number 1 seeded Fnatic. Although he left his team to play for another European roster in the spring split, he rejoined Fnatic in time for summer, which he then led to a championship and qualification to Worlds, meaning he got to meet up with his old friend for the first time since they had seen each other last year.
이게 작년에도 백크리 선수가 우승하라고 꼭 그랬었는데 제가 우승을 못했었는데 이번에는 꼭 둘 중에 한 명이 우승했으면 좋겠어요.
Everyone was excited to see how Deft would perform at this event. Even as China's number 2 seed, his team were one of the favorites to take home the title as defending MSI champions, and EDG were working harder than ever to make that happen. When asked about the team's training regimen in interviews, Deft stated, quote, "You practice till you drop. Everyone is pumped and competitive around this time. I went to sleep at 3 last night, and 30 minutes later, I was back up after I was reminded of last year's experience." This year was going to be different. Deft was the best AD carry in the world on one of the best teams out there. He wasn't going to let anyone stop him from lifting the Summoners Cup, or at least that's what he thought until group stage, when he ran into a familiar foe.
Next 2 minutes, it's going to be there. And I like this move here from SK Telecom. Take, just push it down to the
there it is!
Flash and Deft with the Rune Prison.
Oh, the Q lands, and that's going to be the kill. Hold not needed. Faker picks up the 7th kill of the game for SK Telecom T1, and just like that, they run towards Baron.
EDG had to play SK Telecom in groups and lost both their matches, as SKT firmly took back the title of best team in the world. This was a heartbreaking step backwards for the organization, but it didn't mean things were over quite yet. EDG still made it out of groups to qualify for the next stage of Worlds, and anything can happen in a single elimination knockout bracket, as Deft knew all too well. EDG did have a tougher road to follow though. The way Worlds group stage worked was teams who finished on top of their group were randomly drawn to face teams who got the second qualification spot. So because of EDG's losses against SKT, they'd have to play a better opponent in quarterfinals, and the team they were randomly drawn to face was tougher in more ways than one.
이번에는 꼭 둘 중에 한 명이 우승했으면 좋겠어.
Yellow Star, he fancies this one. He's going to pulverize onto Clearlove. The Unbreakable will is there as well. Rainover's jumped in. Deft has got dunked by the Cataclysm, and he's dropped. The grand challenge is onto Hooney's game in this series. Goro and Deft are running for their lives, and they will get run down. Deft will drop the hammer, but it will not matter. Walk away and get shut down. Rainover is out. It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Deft, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. That's a triple. Hooney finds Clearlove in the back, and Reckless with the rest of Fnatic. They're on to the Nexus, and Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals.
For the second year in a row, Deft was eliminated from Worlds by a close friend. Not only that, 2015 Worlds also ended with his high school rival going off to win his second title. It was clear who the more successful player was between these two carries. Faker was the name everyone knew as the best pro in League. Deft might be a great domestic player, perhaps a top AD carry in the game, but for some reason or another, he was struggling to prove it on the biggest international stage. In League, the World Championship is everything. If Deft can't ever conquer this event, he'll regret it for the rest of his life, and it looked like Faker might always be showing up to take him down anytime he gets close. That's partly why, in the coming years, Deft was about to team up with SKT's biggest rival to build the most talented super team in League of Legends history. By the end of 2015, Deft had already faced an unusually cruel amount of misfortune. 2 World Championships in a row now, he came in as the in all likelihood best AD carry in the world, on teams favored to win it all, yet both times he was eliminated in the knockout round by close friends. Even so, Deft was nothing if not a hard worker, and he was as driven as ever to change his luck. For Season 6, the still young AD carry returned to EDG alongside Pawn, keeping their impressive lineup together. Even if the team ended last year on a down note, this was still one of the most talented rosters in League of Legends, with a group of players and staff who had grown close. If they could keep their nose to the grindstone, there was a chance their best days were still ahead. In the following spring split, the team got a slightly disappointing second place as they ran into a few roadblocks in the new season, but they came back in summer and played perfect, quite literally. EDG went 16-0 in 2016 summer, winning every single series they played. This was the first time ever an LPL team had an undefeated split. They followed their fantastic regular season up with another great playoff run that ended with another domestic championship, and really, it was all thanks to Deft.
What I like the most about Deft and why he's above all the AD carries for me is the fact that the bottom lane means everything for EDG. They're the best team in China, they're the best hope for China. Because he's the main carrier of the team, because he's the main star on the team, he deserves to be this high up on this because he's succeeding right now.
By now, Deft had come into his own. The once shy, tilt-prone AD carry who started off his career watching horror movies to try and toughen himself up, he'd matured into one of the best League of Legends players around. His high school classmate Faker may be the best mid laner in League history, but at this point, Deft was making a real argument he might be the best AD carry of all time. The only thing missing was a Worlds title, and 2016 was his best shot yet. As China's #1 seed, coming off their perfect summer split, EDG were one of the favored teams to take the championship yet again. The roster was riding a hot streak, they had a favorable meta, and even started off the tournament with a perfect setup, drawn into the easiest group of group stage, with their very first match playing against a wildcard team.
But also you have to wonder what the best jungler in the world is doing there.
That's why
he's
there was
split
quotation
pushing
marks.
the inhibitor there. He's trying to keep the minion wave at bay, but they do not have vision. EDG is out of sorts.
Deft got stuck.
Rashoro finds him! Deft is down! Revolta's looking for more! Doesn't use the Dragon Blade! Does this time round! Deft gets caught! Unleashed power onto Mako! INTZ! They may have done it!
For some stupid reason, Worlds always got the better of Deft. For the second year in a row now, a disappointing group stage led to a tough bracket draw and another elimination in quarterfinals of the knockout round. Not only that, Deft also had to sit back and watch his high school rival go off and win what was now his third world championship. Worlds is really all that matters in League of Legends. It's the biggest tournament of the year, the one fans care about most, and the metric by which, fairly or unfairly, every player's career is judged. Deft wanted to win it more than anything, which is why, at the end of 2016, he made a tough decision to return home to Korea. He felt at the time the only way he'd be able to win Worlds was if he went back home and challenged Faker head-to-head on native soil. It was probably the right choice for his career, but it was still a very difficult one to make. It was emotionally hard, as Deft had grown quite close to everyone in the EDG organization. Between the staff, ownership, and teammates, he had a lot of his fondest memories and closest connections under this roof. The Chinese community treated him well, making it hard to say goodbye, but it was made even harder by an unfortunate scheduling issue. At the end of every year, the LPL puts on an awards show where they recognize the best performing players and teams of the previous season. This awards show typically occurs right after Worlds, so even though EDG just faced a humiliating international exit, they still had to return to China together one more time to take the stage and be recognized for their 2016 play. In other words, before Deft could move on, he first had to go back to China and say goodbye directly to the Chinese fans. The weeks leading up to the event were nerve-wracking. Deft had no idea what would happen. Would the Chinese fans boo him for announcing his intentions to leave?
2년 동안 되게 어찌 보면 그 사람들 입장에서 외국인이셨죠. 저는 이제 외국인이 다시 자기 나라로 간다고 하는데
这你们觉得应该是谁？好，那现在由我们宣布一下，年度 MVP 是。
年度 MVP 获奖是 Deft。
恭喜 Deft金后会！
좀 되게 존중해 주셨으면 고맙겠고 가더라도 많이 그릴 것 같아요. EDG 팀이랑.
他说他职业有一半的职业生涯是在 EDG 度过的，现在比起家来说 ，EDG 的宿舍要更加舒适了。他很舍不得离开这个队，但是他就当初来到中国，为了挑战一个世界级比赛的冠军一样，想要重新回到韩国再次挑战一次，所以希望大家能够给予尊重。
팬분들이 이제 저를 되게 영원을 해주셨었는데 되게 크게 저한테 감동적이었던 것 같아요. 뭔가 사람들은 내가 열심히 하면 그만큼 알아주는구나 이런 걸 느꼈던 것 같아요.
On paper, they have the strongest lineup ever in LCK history. That's what League fans were saying about the roster Deft joined for 2017. By Season 7, KT Rolster were furious at how successful their arch-rival had become. Ever since their fateful meeting in the 2013 Summer Finals, these two teams had gone down wildly different trajectories. On the one hand, SK Telecom were internationally celebrated. 3 World Championships, countless Korean titles, and the best player in the history of the game earned them fans all over the globe. They had established themselves as the best team in the history of League of Legends. KT, on the other hand, had been struggling, to say the least. Back in the StarCraft era, they were the team who had the best player always winning championships, but now they had been cursed to a perennial second place. Over the years in League, the club only racked up a single OGN championship, with the team never coming close to winning Worlds. In fact, this org had become more known for disappointing their fans than anything else, a humiliating scenario for the once great name to find themselves in. But going into 2017, they were determined to change things. For Season 7, the org planned to construct a super team that would be filled with all the best talent in Korea, built for the specific purpose of taking down Faker and SKT. It began when KT signed Smeb, Score, and Mata, 3 names who are considered by many League fans to be the greatest of all time in their respective positions. Every one of them became a free agent in the same offseason, and KT spent big money to make sure they joined their lineup, providing a fantastic backbone to build their team around. KT also managed to sign Pawn, securing the second most accomplished mid laner in League of Legends, only behind Faker. Pawn was of course another legend who was incredibly talented on an individual level, but he also provided the team some excellent leadership, having first-hand experience at repeatedly toppling SKT. Rounding out the squad at AD carry was, of course, Deft, who still insisted on playing wherever Pawn went. Although he probably signed on with the team just because he wanted to keep playing with his friend, Deft was still the best AD carry in the game, and with his signing, he completed the single greatest congregation of talent any League of Legends lineup had ever seen. Viewers freaked out as each one of these signings were leaked, as it appeared surreal to see so many legends of the game playing in the same roster. Before they played a single match, some fans were already christening this KT lineup the best team in the world. Their success would be measured by how well they did in the Telecom War, which started off rougher than expected. In 2017 spring, KT lost the first 2 series against SKT, 2-1, as the super team was still finding their footing. It sometimes takes a while for new lineups to synergize with each other's playstyles, and KT kept working hard to figure out what works best for them. Luckily enough, they found a new strategy that worked perfectly just in time for playoffs. A strategy of relying on Deft.
Now for MVP, and so what was mostly going to be like a 3v2 scenario ends up turning around, but Ian getting picked off by Deft. That's a really big salvage.
In recent years, Deft's gameplay had evolved to an even more impressive level. While early on in his career, Deft needed teammates to play around him, constantly requesting support to make up for his shortcomings, by now Deft had become a leader. He was the one proactively going forward, leading his team through thick and thin, making up for everyone else's mistakes, which only sometimes got him in trouble.
Samsung should have lost more there. Nice defensive play, however, KT still ahead and Deft still wants more flashes forward. Oh my god!
Deft couldn't help but still wear his heart on his sleeve. No matter what, he would always be someone who felt his emotions strongly, although in recent years it seemed as though he was able to harness even that side of his personality to become an even better League of Legends player.
Deft has a lot of range here as well as Crown's going low. Deft picks up the kill. He gets excited. QA has the Titan's Wrath, but look at this damage. Rend is going to get the Baron, and now Deft is in trouble. Ambition taking it, but Stitch. Oh, Deft turns it around, picks up the double. Is the Zap going to be the no? QA's alive.
Across the 2017 spring quarter and semifinals, Deft carried KT Rolster to beat both MVP and Samsung Galaxy, getting revenge against his two former LCK organizations. He was already the best AD carry in the game on their rosters, but had now become even better just in time to punch KT's ticket to an LCK Grand Final, where they'd once again face off against their biggest rival.
Snowball objectives, but it feels like we're back into week 6 when we saw this matchup twice.
Jump the waters, coming through, Peanut jumps up the wall, they lock down Pond, they'll take him out, Peanut going into the resonating strike, comes up with the second kill here for SK, looking for the Ashe, looking for that Alpaca, if they can find him, Faker goes through. Get that Blade of the Rune King here, coming in, they're trying to delay him, but there's just nothing that Deft can really do, and he's still getting chased on, the Polymorph comes out, the Sonic Wave misses, but it doesn't matter, he still gets taken out, the Blade, triple kill coming through for the Fizz, SKT, perfectly set up for the Baron.
Big mistake from Deft there, he turned around when he was free out.
That Tri-Brush has not been spotted yet, Flash forward, Wolf gets the slope, and they follow up the Sonic Wave, flashes it, locks him down with the Tempest, and comes up with first blood, SKT, put it on the board in 3 minutes.
And I couldn't mention
that end of the line, around the bottom side of that tower, but now Faker
teleporting to stop the minion dying.
With a TP of his own, Mana going low, gets taken out as Wolf finds the first blood, the turn shots come through, he will die, now Peanut in no man's land, desperately trying to get in range of Deft to finish him off, flashes in, will go down, but Bang scoops up the kill. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, Faker flashing in, gets the solo kill onto Pawn. 3 on the board for SK Telecom in the meantime. They've done it. Less than 30 minutes on the clock. They take down the Nexus. They take down KT Rolster. They put another championship title on their belt.
We should have seen this result coming. Up until this point, SK Telecom had never lost an LCK final. Faker was simply a star that shined so brightly, nobody noticed anything else in the sky. But for all his successes and triumphs, the road to the top wasn't effortless. Before he was Faker, Yi Sang-hyao was a quiet kid who grew up in a divorced household. When he was young, Yi's parents split up, with his mother leaving the family who were already quite poor. His grandmother and father were then left to raise him while also working enough to put food on the table. Naturally, this left Yi with plenty of time home alone, where he found comfort playing video games. As a kid, Faker was shockingly pretty bad at most games he tried. When he went to arcades to play fighting games with classmates, he got beat more often than not. Many of the PC games he tried in the mid-2000s also involved a learning curve he had to overcome. But what made Faker special was he always worked hard to get better. Whether it was a task assigned in school or playing a game at home, Faker had a knack for figuring out how to solve puzzles and teaching himself things along the way. Even if he started off as average, give him enough time and he'll work hard to figure out whatever he needs to, resulting in pretty special outcomes. This was exemplified best in his time with Warcraft 3, where he started playing a custom Dota-style game named Chaos. Although this custom map was notoriously unforgiving and difficult for new players to learn, Faker managed to get surprisingly good, especially by 2012, when a new game caught his attention. When Faker first picked up League of Legends, he had little to no ambition. He was still a teenager just playing games for fun, as evident by the fact that he only ever played normals. For the first stretch of his time in League, day in and day out, all Faker ever did was come home from school and grind out normal games, enjoying the fun of figuring out this new title. Eventually, he started winning more games than he lost, to such a degree it caused a bit of a problem. His hidden MMR rating rose so high, the matchmaking service couldn't find him opponents. He was winning so many more games than he lost, nobody else was at his rating, causing incredibly long queue times. This was the thing that finally pushed him to try out Ranked. The Ranked road that followed was an explosive success, as Faker easily climbed up to the top of solo queue. Everyone was stunned when they found out he wasn't a smurf. Normally it takes a while to grind out matches in lower rating, learning the game before you can rise to the top of the scene, but Faker already did his years of grinding. After reaching rank 1, Faker went to his father and asked him the pivotal question if he could go pro in League of Legends, dropping out of high school to do so. When his dad heard the request, he was dumbfounded. He had no idea this was coming. Faker had shown a fondness for gaming over the years, but dropping out of school to go pro was a huge commitment. After careful thought, Faker's father asked if he could have a month to think on the request, and if his son still wanted to go down this path after a month, he'd allow him. 1 month later, Faker's dad came to him and asked if he was still interested. Faker said yes, and his dad gave him 4 words of advice that set him on his journey. The rest, as they say, was history. Faker went on to become the greatest player in all of League of Legends. His success hit such a degree, at a certain point, people stopped saying Faker's the GOAT as a form of praise. It became a statement of fact. Plenty have tried to study what separates Faker from all his peers in terms of strategy and gameplay, but really the single greatest determining factor that led to his success has always been his work ethic. It could be comical at times how much he devoted himself to gaming. One interview from late 2014 paints a picture. At the time, Faker was still a teenager on SKT, coming off their first World Championship. The team hit a bit of a backslide, falling to Samsung in domestic competition, and they were trying to work their way back to the top of Korea. Even so, all the players on the team still had personal lives, and almost all of them had shown some kind of interest in girls. Many players had girlfriends they spent time with. Those who didn't watched K-pop music videos during ranked queues or had their favorite idol as their desktop wallpaper. The only player on the team who showed no interest in women whatsoever was Faker, who was strictly business, which even the coaching staff found a little bit odd. Then, one day, Faker started paying more attention to his phone. Whenever the team was out and about, or waiting in ranked queue, Faker was always huddled over his device, leading many of the staff to assume he finally found someone to chat with. After leaving his phone unattended once, curiosity got the better of staff, who decided to snoop around and see who he was messaging, only to find Faker had been playing chess that whole time. He was just trying to solve another game. After beating KT Rolster in another telecom war to win his 6th domestic championship, Faker's success continued onward. He attended MSI as Korea's representative for 2017 and won another international trophy without much difficulty. By now, most viewers almost expected Faker to take first place of any event he ever attended. That's how dominant his reign at the top had become. But in the back of everyone's minds, viewers knew this couldn't last forever. Every esports career comes to an end eventually, and Faker's time at the top had already lasted longer than most. Normally, even the best pros in the game can't perform at their peak for half a decade as Faker had. Most careers end up looking much more like pawns. Pawn was the one mid laner who came close to rivaling Faker's success and talent. He won a world title early on in his career, as well as that inaugural MSI. Gameplay highlights from his peak performances even got casters joking he was the next Faker. But in the midst of 2015, Pawn started having back problems. He had a herniated disc, a problem with his spine, which probably developed from years of sitting at a computer. Slipping a disc isn't too uncommon, but Pawn's case was serious, sending him to the hospital for multiple month-long stays. After a while, he couldn't sit upright at a computer. He couldn't sleep. Some rumors even started circulating that the condition was so serious he may be in danger of becoming paralyzed. This was a horrible injury that completely derailed his career. Although Pawn thankfully recovered from each bout of pain, he was never able to return to his peak level of play that he showed back in Season 4. In fact, following his hospital stays, Pawn began suffering from OCD, unable to focus unless his computer was set up in just the right way. Between struggles with his physical and mental health, Pawn never made it back to his peak. His time at the top was no longer than 18 months. As great as he was, he couldn't live up to the moniker of being the next Faker. There never was another Faker. Even the great stars who came along to rival him could never stay on top of League for very long. Faker was an outlier who had perhaps the longest successful competitive League of Legends career at the top. All of this meant whenever Faker eventually did regress, it would be a momentous occasion. He had spent so many years lording over the competition, his fall would mark the end of an era. It would mark the end of his generation, when new stars could finally come into League and rookie talent could take over the LCK. In 2017 summer, it seemed as though that day may be coming sooner than most hoped, as Faker and SKT lost their first ever LCK final to Longzhu Gaming, a team made up of majority rookies. SK Telecom still made it to Worlds as Korea's number 2 seed, and after Longju saw an early exit, hopes were high maybe Faker could win again. He carried his team through the group stage, dragged them through the bracket, and made grand finals for his 3rd straight year. If he could keep it up for one more series, he would win his 4th title.
Samsung Galaxy look to push.
Let's see what happens here with Ambition applying.
Red was to slow the stun gonna land as well. Corey JJ around explosive cast also lands on nothing. The exchange back out of Corey JJ. Nearly the kill, but look at that Nethergrass gets them the kill on the jungler. Blank is down, 8 to 9 in kills. So
they get back.
Apart. They're gonna find the next one, and the base check in for Faker dies with flash up.
Ruler on the Nexus. The upset is complete as the kills come through. The SKT dynasty is over. All hail the new kings. Samsung Galaxy, your 2017 World Champions!
After one crucial mistake in Grand Finals, SKT fell. Faker later said he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by emotion because he blamed himself for the loss. Most hoped Faker would bounce back, but this was the end of the era. Although SKT and Faker continued competing together and would go on to win more domestic titles, Faker wouldn't make it back to another grand final at Worlds for the foreseeable future. His fall from perfection had finally come and closed the door on a chapter of League history. New stars were rising up from the amateur scene. Rookies were about to come win LCK trophies, and we were even about to see new regions succeed on the international stage for the first time in over 5 years. The stranglehold of SKT in competitive League was finally over, and older generations were moving on, except for one player who wasn't done yet. Even though so many in his generation were declining, Deft was sticking around. He was still working as hard as ever to be the best player he could possibly be, climbing to the top of solo queue and practicing with his team to get better. At this point, Deft's survivability almost rivaled Faker's, as he'd been performing as one of the best players in his position for just as long, never allowing injuries or meta shifts to get in his way. Deft didn't have the same trophy cabinet Faker had. He still needed to win Worlds, but he was in prime position to go all the way in 2018.
Portugal doesn't find anyone though. It's in goes Faker to get it round the back. There's the Cataclysm. Emperor's Divide is dodged by Faker. He has his Zonyas as well, doing so much damage. But KT, they may have turned it around. Deft picks up the kill onto Faker, and now they're moving forward. SKT all grouped up. Sand Soldiers ripping them apart. And do we have 5 versus 3? But Bang is still alive. In goes Score. They're looking for more. They get the pushback. Pawn in so much trouble under the turret, but Deft gets rid of Bang. This could be the ace for KT. SKT are aced. The Nexus turrets are taken down, and KT create history in 2018.
In Week 2 of the Season 8 LCK Spring Split, KT Rolster finally toppled SK Telecom. This victory came after 6 straight Telecom War losses, an endless cycle of disappointment that the team finally broke thanks to Deft. After the victory, Deft broke down in tears on stage. This was the first time he had beaten Faker head-to-head since MSI 2015. Later on, Deft said he only cried after the series because Mata hit him in celebration after the win, but I think for once, Deft just got to experience some happy tears on stage. KT Rolster proved their victory wasn't a fluke when they continued to outperform SKT for the rest of the split. They finished above their rival in the regular season and beat them head-to-head in their following playoff matchup, winning 3-1. For the first time, maybe ever in League of Legends, KT Rolster were the decidedly better team in the Telecom War. Unfortunately, it seemed as though that may not be enough to win a title anymore. This split really was a major turning point for Korea, as a new wave of rookie phenoms were outperforming all the older generation players who had dominated the league for so long. KT experienced this firsthand when they lost their very next playoff series to one of these new organizations. If Deft wanted to win another domestic championship or earn Korea's #1 seed at Worlds, he'd have to make his way through more competition than he'd ever faced before, including a new mid lane prodigy about to enter the league.
올라프 빨개졌어요. 올라프 빨개졌어요. 빨간만 올라프. 근데 와 조비가 잡았어요. 조비가 아주 침착하긴 했어도 근데 시간을 최대한 결국 끌긴 끌었습니다.
Over the course of the 2018 spring split, something interesting was happening in Korea's challenger scene. 3 brand new organizations had built rosters who were starting to play so impressively, all 3 had a good shot of winning promotion. The best of the bunch was Team Griffin, who outperformed all their competition by far. Even though this was a completely new org with 5 rookie players nobody had ever heard of, they managed to rack up an undefeated challenger split, 14 series wins and 0 losses. They followed this impressive performance up by breezing through the promotion relegation series to win the right to play in the LCK that summer split. Of course, rookies had been making their way into the LCK in recent years, but that was almost exclusively through young players signing with existing clubs. It had been a long time since a full rookie team won promotion and subsequently found any kind of success in Korea's top league, but Griffin were able to do just that.
Harry with the Zoe. Here's Chovy, though, is going to ult in, gets into that back line, and see you later, Prey. He's going to be caught out here. Here's Sent coming in on top of Tarzan. The flash forward with the binding, and Viper gets a 3rd member. Peanut as well will be going down, and Griffin find a way to get 3 members for free.
Across the opening weeks of play, Team Griffin sat on top of the standings after beating every team they faced, including some of the best orgs in Korea. Their entrance truly marked the rise of a new generation, as we hadn't seen an all-rookie team find this kind of success since Faker and SK Telecom's roster did it all the way back in 2013. And like T1's roster, this team also had an impressive young mid laner. Chovy was the team's star carry, a 17-year-old mid lane prodigy making his competitive debut here in Season 8. Griffin were the first team he ever signed on with to play semi-pro League of Legends, and for the first year of his career he was considered so unproven, the team originally rostered him alongside another mid lane prospect. Across Season 8, Griffin frequently swapped between the two, although as time went on, it became clear Chovy was a really special talent with a bright future ahead.
Yep, there's the knock-up, and Yondu, he's going to have to flash. Does use the cast pretty nicely, but there's the follow-up ultimate to come in from Tarzan. Max is just going to get eaten alive. Chovy free hitting in the front line like a beast.
Chovy exhibited all the signs of a future star. His gameplay featured high-level mechanics, while his flexibility allowed him to adapt to some pretty weird metas that year. No matter what challenge they faced, it seemed as though Chovy and Griffin always tackled everything the summer split threw their way. They beat legacy squads like Faker and SK Telecom, while also crushing other rookie teams and new organizations. By the end of the split, Griffin managed to force a 4-way tie for first place, with them just narrowly missing out on the top spot. This meant in their debut competitive split, the all-rookie roster made playoffs, and after winning their first playoff series in an intense 5-game set, they qualified for grand finals against KT Rolster. For Deft, this matchup felt almost poetic. A new generation org was about to take on the KT Super Team, a star of tomorrow versus a crazy high school kid. Unfortunately, Deft wasn't able to face this challenge with Pawn by his side, as the mid laner was dealing with more physical and mental health issues, forcing KT to roster their own rookie substitute mid. Nevertheless, if Deft could win this series, he'd win his first Korean championship since his Samsung days, and another #1 world seed.
It's a lower cooldown, and oh my god, the damage onto Yukal, and Chovy gets out once again. Deft is excited, flashes, gets the second, into the third, no! And Viper's popping up in the back line. This is a Kaiser that shouldn't be this strong yet, but he is. He's able to do it, can he get the 4th? Oh, it's so close to the quadra kill, and Griffin with the god tier team fight.
In Game 1, Griffin came out swinging, as the mid laner that replaced Pawn, Yukal, got throttled by Chovy in a one-sided stop. This game set the tone for how well Griffin could perform at their peak, but KT were ready to bounce back. In Game 2, while UCal still struggled mid lane, the team refocused their carry efforts through bot, allowing Deft to lead them to victory.
Right here in this fight, but remember, Deft is still alive. The Q lands Viper. He's the first to go down as Chovy does have to be respected. Deft is able to take him down, though Tarzan falls as well. And that is going to be that. KT rolls down on the back of Deft. They're going to win the fight.
This match showed just how talented Deft still was, as he finished with a perfect 905 KDA. He really wanted that #1 world seed. In Game 3, Griffin proved they weren't going down without a fight, as they took back another victory off some very solid macro play. Maneuvering around the map so well, KT never had much of a chance for a comeback. This momentum catapulted Griffin into a lead for Game 4. If they could close this out, they would be crowned champions.
There's the stopwatch. Griffin are playing so calmly, but there goes the Malphite. Deft gets obliterated, and now it's UCal's turn. No mana, no chance, and even Lehen survives. Could this just be the game winner because the inhibitor was taken earlier on? Well, I mean, how much they actually have available to them, because Mata and Score aren't exactly the damage dealers, and look at how quickly these turrets are going down. Banshee's Veil is popped here from Viper, who takes a lot of damage with Smeb. He's going to be here. Is he actually able to do it? Viper goes down, and KT, they may have found their opportunity. Tarzan, can he get this Nexus turret? It's a huge deal, but Deft says no. He'll be able to take them down, and now the pendulum swings the other way, and KT Rolster, what can they get with the death timers of Griffin?
There's poise, there's experience, and there's knowing what to do in the ultra late game. You don't scrimp for this. And if they kill Chovy, it's guaranteed. And if they waste his time, maybe they win anyway.
That was a face check, and UCal managed to get the pick.
KT have done it. KT are gonna win.
Just ridiculous. They've got an open Nexus to run out here as Sword. They're looking at it. Lehens finds the gasp, but he's not got the damage. Sword, he wants it, but he's not gonna have it. Deft says no, 3-man unstoppable force, but you're not gonna stop the Game 5 as KT, they do it.
KT narrowly held off a Nexus push to turn around and snag victory from the jaws of defeat. This sent each team into a final Game 5 tiebreaker, intense pressure for each squad who both wanted to make it to Worlds. The stress of the moment was palpable, especially for Griffin's players who seemed dejected for having blown Game 4. After all, these were rookies who were perhaps not used to dealing with the intensity of the spotlight. KT, on the other hand, had some veteran leadership to rely on.
They has the ultimate, and the Fear Beyond Death gets rid of both of the carries. And KT are now fighting as if they're on the red side. It's Sword going down so low. Deft has so much goddamn damage, and Smeb will deal with Tarzan with the help of Mata. And Griffin just fall apart. It's KT Rolster until the end. UCal tanking the turrets as KT haven't lost a member. The last Nexus turret and the storyline for Score is completed. They're already off their seats. Game 5, Papa Smithy. And Score has done it, not second anymore. It's first place. And the KT fairy tale is finally alive.
Deft had done it. He just won his 4th domestic championship, 4 regional titles, 1 MSI, and once again, he had the #1 seed going into Worlds. Going into the 2018 World Championship, the event felt poetic, as this was the first Worlds hosted in South Korea since the 2014 event 4 years ago. Deft would be taking the stage in front of the same audiences in his home country where he previously faced his greatest disappointment, now with a beautiful shot at redemption. The whole world wanted to see him win, even though Korea had won 5 Worlds in a row, and even though plenty wanted to see new regions winning titles, we were all rooting for Deft. The simple idea that hard work deserves to be rewarded made it feel like a giant disservice that Deft hadn't gotten his final reward. But as it so happened, 2018 Worlds went near flawless for KT. In group stage, Deft faced a similar scenario to previous events, where KT ended up dropping 1 game to an old friend everyone knew far too well. This time though, rather than let the stress of the moment get to him, Deft was as stoic as could be. He'd grown into a veteran who was determined to not let the pressure of any situation get to him. It seemed as though he was rewarded in the following bracket draw. Korea and China were the obvious favored regions to take home this world title, as evidenced by 5 of their 6 attending teams qualifying for the knockout round. Any one of these orgs had rosters talented enough to take home the trophy, which is what made it so surprising when so many of them lost. In the top half of the bracket, Korea's Afrika Freaks lost to North America, while Edward Gaming once again choked versus Fnatic. In the bottom half, the other major tournament favorite, China's #1 seed RNG, lost a nail-biting 3-2 series to Europe's G2, meaning 3 of the 4 teams in semifinals would be from the West. Western teams from North America and Europe had gotten a lot better than they were in earlier seasons of competitive league, so they wouldn't necessarily be a pushover, but China and Korea simply had more talented players, coaches, and infrastructure to survive a tournament of this length. Meaning, in all likelihood, the winner of the remaining quarterfinal between China and Korea would end up as world champion. If KT could beat Invictus Gaming, Deft would finally have what he wanted most.
On the retreat, but it's a rampage over for score. Shy goes into the fight. He's able to find the suppression, into the fear, into the damage, into Deft, who's going to be forced to flash away. Rookie's in hot pursuit and locks them down for a double kill. Coming out from KT that having a game #1. Deft's going to be taken very low. Jackie Love down below 100. He's taken out by UCal. Shy's into the middle of the fight. Decimating smash down to 2. As Win becomes lightning and slays score. UCal's going to be dropping next. And KT are destroyed in this fight. KT looking to try to stay in and fight if they can. The Shy has made his way onto the inhibitor turrets, onto the Nexus turrets. They're going to be taken down. KT still marching. It's a base race. The Shy's onto the blue Nexus. KT's onto the red. Who's gonna win? The Shy will not! And KT takes it to game 4! Holy crap! Game 5.
Just like that, KT rolls to get the game-breaking pick, and we will be going to game #5!
KT has the 5v4 advantage, but health bars at half on some critical members means it might not be as important as it looks. Shy's gonna take some damage. Rookie looks to go in. Does get the passive pop. Shy's still gonna be soaking. Room comes down. Damage goes through. Jackie's able to find 2 big kills. Jackie Love just found everybody, and that's gonna be a triple for IG. They're gonna find everyone. It's KT8 series.
It sounds like all of China are backing Invictus Gaming as they are on the precipice of taking down the Korean #1 seed.
The Shy wants to go forward. Rookie jumps in, finds a little bit of damage. IG gonna be kept back for now. The Weaver's Wall goes in. It's gonna be Jackie Love eating some shots from Deft, but Score looks to get himself away. Ning finds the auto attack, and Score is gone. This should be it. Ning's able to grab that kill, and that means the fight continues even further forward. Seeing if maybe they can find something else. It's Lamb's Respite, giving Invictus Gaming topped off. They're gonna be just fine. Deft really gets himself away. Rookie's got the chain. KT Roaster has fallen, and Invictus Gaming will do what has not been done since 2014. They will eliminate the Korean first seed, and they will move on to the semifinals.
That was it. The great Korean generation finally fell. A new era of competitive league was here, and Deft was still not a world champion.
사실 롤이라는 걸 제 인생에서 빼버리면은 정말 아무것도 없는 사람인데 사실 그 롤드컵이라는 정말로 되게 큰 의미로 있거든요. 그래서 항상 이제 누워 있을 때 생각을 하는데 롤드컵에서 경기를 하는 생각을 하는데 그냥 그 경험이 너무 좋아서 지금까지도 계속 롤드컵에 되게 집착하면서 그냥 롤드컵에 나간다는 자체가 좀 한 해 동안 고생한 걸 보답받는 느낌인 것 같아요. 그냥 일단 그걸 해야 제 다음 인생이 있을 것 같아요. 그냥 그걸 하기 전에는 뭘 해도 되게 불편한 마음인 것 같아요.
In the 2018-19 offseason, the KT Super Team blew up as all their players hit free agency. Most of this roster didn't have too many golden years left in their playing days, with many required to consider retirement in the near future. Esports careers are already absurdly short, but doubly so for Korean players who must participate in mandatory military service that often takes place during their mid to late 20s. Deft was no exception and spent some time in this offseason considering retirement, but after thinking about it for a while, he came to the conclusion he couldn't let go of League quite yet. For Season 9, Deft chose to return, looking to sign with whoever was interested in having him. In that winter's offseason, Deft received a variety of offers and came quite close to signing with one foreign org in particular, but at the 11th hour, he decided to do what he did every offseason and followed his best friend. Deft and Pawn both signed on to play for Kingzone Dragon X in 2019. This marked the 6th year in a row the two would be playing together. In fact, these friends had now spent every year of their professional careers sharing a roof in the same organization apart from one, making their story one of the most heartwarming esports friendships. The only sadness coming from all that time Pawn was sidelined with injuries. Here in Season 9, though, Pawn managed to stay surprisingly healthy, starting nearly every game of Spring. This allowed both Pawn and Deft to take advantage of their chemistry playing together in a way they hadn't done in years, resulting in the duo putting on a wonderful swan song.
Arcane shifting forward, has to use his flash to get himself out of there. He's going to get devoured too soon. He spat him over the wall on the wrong side, but you can see Cuz doing a lot of damage. The last Acathian Ray not going to be enough. As the red buff does burn down, Keen now finds his way into this fight. Realmwalk gets Pawn out of trouble, but Rascal is well and truly in it. Aiming, one more auto, and Pawn picks up the kill, flashes forward, make that a double for the Rise. And Deft may have died, but Pawn's still up, and he's 9-1-4.
This was the closest Newer League fans ever got to seeing why these two stars once rivaled Faker's talent. Even though DRX had a completely new lineup, Pawn and Deft helped carry the team to a top 3 finish in Spring, and with that high placing, it gave the duo a good shot at winning one last LCK trophy together. They'd have to win 3 playoff series to do so, a tough task, especially considering the hordes of newer LCK rookie teams now vying to carve out their own legacies at the top. DRX had to deal with one of these teams in their very first round as they faced off against Damwon Gaming, a team everyone knew was on a one-way ticket to glory. Damwon had shown insane talent in their promotion run to the LCK, even garnering international respect before they made it to Korea's top league. They had a great 2019 spring that followed and looked pretty menacing going up against DRX in this playoff series, yet somehow, Deft and Pawn still had enough gas in the tank to throttle this team, winning a 3-0 series sweep.
Entrance comes down, slicing Maelstrom right onto Nuclear as the Dragon does fall. In the backline, Rascal takes down the Kaiser and flashes away Noguri. Has to use his flash to get on over, but Damwon, they're losing everyone on their frontline. Showmaker gets obliterated, Noguri as well, and Deft and Pawn do too much damage.
It would have been beautiful if Deft and Pawn could have kept this up, putting together one last domestic title to send their careers off. It seemed like both their careers were nearing the end, without much time left to accomplish anything else. At the very least, Pawn's health had shown them nothing was guaranteed. Any game you play could always be your last, and this next series was a fitting last one for Pawn.
Just a couple of spells will do it. Baker's going in.
Baker got caught.
He's going to assassinate him, and the smite goes the way of Tom Kent as Kingzone take out the Baron. But can any of them live on the backside? Pawn is a god. He's able to take a kill, but just go down.
Deft needs to be a hero. He doesn't seem to know how.
Are they going to get in there? There's no...
Flynn lived again!
Oh, Flynn!
Oh my
He's going to
God!
go down. Cuz gets in there, but it goes the way of Baker! Somehow, some way, they're going to kill the
And now I think Khan and also the Ezreal that has 3 elemental drakes. Pon, what are you doing?
They're going in. They want to get the kill, but that taunt was so good from the side of Ana. He's going to steal him.
No.
And now Clint's going to be able to get the kill in the back line. Rascal doesn't exist anymore.
They weren't patient enough.
The Maelstrom doesn't even really happen. As it was seen, and then it was gone. As Kingzone are getting demolished here towards the end of Game 3.
And this is it.
That's gonna
Next
do
turfs
it.
are gonna fall.
SKT looks like they're gonna be going to the finals with the clean sweep of Kingzone here. They made it look good towards the end. Kingzone cracked, but SKT stays super strong all the way to the end. And they will be facing off against Griffin in the finals at Dubshill.
Shortly after this series, Pon announced that he was going inactive on DRX's roster for the remainder of 2019, and at the end of the season, he finally decided to retire. In the end, the mental burden was too much, as Pon cited his chronic physical and mental health problems as a reason for finally hanging everything up. In some ways, there was reason for celebration, as even with all his missed time, Pon had racked up a pretty insane trophy case. Winning Korea's second ever World Championship and first ever MSI back-to-back on 2 different teams was honestly a breathtaking accomplishment for its time. Older League fans, at the very least, never forgot all those Faker solo kills and shutdowns way back before anyone even knew Pon's name. But even so, it was hard to not look back on his career with some amount of sadness. For all of Pon's accomplishments, it wasn't supposed to stop there. We thought when he came onto the scene that Pon would be winning multiple titles, repeatedly challenging Faker, and truly contending for a place as one of the best players in the world year over year. Instead, we got a reminder of just how fleeting opportunity in life is, how you can't waste any chances you're given because they might be the last chance you get. It certainly was poetic, if nothing else. Pon's last ever professional series was played against Faker, with Deft by his side, a fitting way to see time take his career. And as it so happened, Faker was about to learn even he wasn't immune from time itself. After beating DRX, SKT were off to Grand Finals, where they'd have to play their last series against Team Griffin. Fans were excited to see the matchup, as Griffin, of course, were the only other team who ever replicated T1's explosive emergence into competitive league. The series should be a good one, but SKT were well prepared. After their disappointing 2017 finale and the subsequent awful Season 8, SK Telecom had completely overhauled their roster. The club had fallen into disarray and needed a clean start, so for Season 9, they decided to take a page out of their Rivals handbook and built a super team. This involved signing some of the most talented carry stars, young rookies, and veterans alike, placing all of them alongside Faker and creating what many thought might be the greatest assembly of talent ever. Even if the team underperformed Griffin in the regular season, their super team came together perfectly for playoffs and swept the rookie squad 3-0 for another domestic cup.
All of the buttons are being pressed on. Going down to the world end of the AoE's finally getting in there. Lahan's not doing enough damage, and Khan says the last fight was an illusion. This is a double kill, make it a triple as Chovy tries to get out and just finds the backhand of an Ezreal.
And maybe 2018's an illusion, because SK Telecom T1, they're on a rampage to close out the series and go to MSI.
What was most interesting about this championship was how many casual esports fans expected it. Even with SKT's recent failures and the increased level of competition all across the world, most League fans just assumed Faker was on his way back to the top. This was seen all across Season 9 on various message boards that repeatedly declared 2019 was going to be Faker's redemption arc. After all, if Faker was the greatest and still actively playing, most couldn't help but make the assumption he was still, currently, the best player in the game. As talented as all these new challengers were, their stories quickly got brushed aside in favor of everyone tunnel visioning Faker's road back to the top, where most hoped he would make his return to the international stage to redeem himself. That meant this domestic cup was nice, but it mattered more in that it gave Faker a shot at international glory for the first time in years, qualifying him for MSI. That year's MSI was shaping up to be an exciting one. Invictus Gaming, the defending world champions, were there in attendance alongside some Western teams that were on impressive hot streaks. Couple that with Faker's redemption arc and you had a can't-miss event with a group stage that featured fierce competition. Every one of the top 4 clubs dropped at least one game to all the other big contenders, really making this event feel like one anyone could win. But of course, in close moments like this, everyone couldn't help but expect one player to emerge victorious. After SKT qualified for the knockout round, they just needed to win 2 best-of-5s, the first of which was against Europe's G2 Esports.
Keeps getting caught by these taunts. Bone Skewer goes up, but that's a big miss from Wonder. Can't found the damage on the back end, though. Slicing Maelstrom hasn't got any kills. Jankos is buying some time, but at what cost? That's a great scout of the week, but it's SK Telecom that are winning the fight. They turn their attention to Mickey. He goes golden for a few seconds. Wonder's done nothing. He's been watching from the sidelines. He finally gets a kill, but he doesn't get the reset. Now they're trying to turn it around. That's 2 for Wonder. He turns it back. Clip escapes with his life. All of a sudden, Caps has left alone Teddy. Look at that auto attack. Rat-a-tat-tat, and G2 goes splat. From 7,000. A little bit of trouble, forced to flash defensively. Of G2's gold lead, most of it's on Cap. He's gone in. Marta's caught up. Teddy's been able to flash for now. Caps uses the self-toss on the ulti, and Card, he managed to get the slicing Maelstrom off. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Wonder's still alive. That's a 3-man stun from Perks. The Bone Skewer sets another up. They've traded top for jungle. Clit is down. Jankos goes up, and he can't take down Faker. So far, it's a 2-for-2. Wonder's running for his life. He can't find the stun. 2-for-3 at the end of the fight in favor of SKT.
And it's SKT that are continuously coming out on top of these fights. Wonder now has just spotted Marta.
All right, he has indeed, but look at the stun. That's just massive. Teddy gets the shutdown goal. 6, 1, and 5. The gold lead truly doesn't mean a thing. And SK Telecom, they might be able to burn Baron.
Oh, the pings are on.
Justice punch over the wall. Baron has been interrupted. Teddy is trying to step forward. The taunt is going to come out. Caps is trying to find the kill. Mata's in trouble. Faker's low, but they've already got one onto Mata. Where is Teddy? Follow his HP bar. Can't flashes up the wall. Teddy's dead. Jankos is in the pit. G2 Esports have been gifted and donated a Baron from SKT. That's a dunk from Wonder. Death from below for the double, for the ace, for the Baron and the base. The gap be damned. Champions can fall, gods can bleed. Where were you when the West rose up to conquer champions? G2 Esports eliminates SK Telecom. North America face Europe at the MSI Finals.
"2019 MSI, perhaps more than any other event, solidified a new era of League quickly approaching. It wasn't just Korean rookies challenging older stars. Now other regions were repeatedly beating Korea's best on the world stage. Not even a super team paired with the GOAT could win anymore. Even now, many still thought this MSI must be a fluke. It was easier for people to believe the sky was falling than believe Faker wasn't the best player in League of Legends. That's why so many assumed the redemption arc was still on, and this loss would only make the impending world's victory feel all the more sweet. Meanwhile, Faker, to his credit, never listened to any of the noise. He never assumed his success was guaranteed, and instead chose to work for it. After MSI, Faker went back to the grind of the LCK practice regimen, working to secure a #1 seed for Worlds, and once again, the road proved to be tough. This time around for 2019 summer, the 3 LCK rookie teams showed the world they weren't really rookies anymore, as they all placed top 3 in the summer standings. Not only did this push T1 down to a lowly 4th place for the playoff bracket, but many of the top legendary clubs who had been regional staples of the LCK for half a decade, they fell all the way out of playoff contention entirely, some of which faced demotion. T1 were quite literally the only legacy org that made this playoff, and they'd have to win a series against 4 separate new clubs to win another title, a challenge perhaps only Faker could knock down.
Health bar, in goes Effort, on a charge up everybody, and what a way to end the game. SKT get a sweet Griffin here into the dumpster, and they are going to do it. SKT will sweep in the playoffs and take down every single team in their path. They are the most dominant team from the Korean region, and they are the very accurate winners of today.
In his 7th year of professional play, Faker had just earned his 8th domestic championship. He beat every new organization, no matter how talented their stars, to earn Korea's #1 seed for 2019 Worlds. On the one hand, it was almost sad seeing all these new faces left as nothing but a footnote in Faker's inevitable victory. All the hard work they put in was brushed aside in favor of a single storyline the league community couldn't stop falling in love with. But on the other hand, it was hard to not root for Faker. Even as every other player in Korea's greatest generation was falling into retirement, he somehow managed to keep his team in title contention. In a hyper-competitive scene where careers are short and legacies are shorter, it stood as a miracle what Faker was doing. He was the one human being on Earth winning his battle with time. All he needed now was to finish the arc.
Uzi finding the damage in on to Gone. RNG is still going to be kept alive, but the health bars are critically low. Faker's after Uzi, but he won't be able to find him just yet. Faker's stumbling away to chase. The Claw will not find the mark, and Faker hands him a card and walks away.
You must play with effort to clean out the series. Well, now SKT need Faker to show up and be Faker to close out this series.
It's one apart. You've got to actually show up and be this player. Flashes in, got to find the route. That's the plays we were looking for. Gets the setup fight. The battle begins, and they're going to look for a lot of damage, but already Cersei is gone. There's a shot to the back lines. Not going to land either. SKT, gods can bleed, but they will not die. A quarterfinal win, 3-1, and we'll see you next week.
Yes, I said on top. Want to go for the all-in.
He thinks he has the all-in. He needs to go in on Con. If he's going to kill him, he needs to kill him now. Con flash back to safety. Faker not going to connect on the ultimate. That's massive. Still, though, the Ignite's ticking down. Wonder will drop, but that could have been everything. Just be forced to retreat. Faker now coming down. The Kiana's now coming in. G2 are now locked down under the tower. Where's the Kiana going to go? Dashing in. That's going to be one. Invisible with the grass plate. Can pick up another one to go through. Faker cleaning up this fight as Con runs. Might still want that cooldown in the fights to come, but oh, here comes the Oran Horn. They're caught in the pinch. Mickey X can go forward. Faker invisible. Wants to pull another grass plate, but this is massive. The Vladimir trying to strike back, but Faker's ult is not going to be effective. Con now has to run for his life. Perks and Caps are still alive. G2 get 2 free for nothing.
Faker missed his Kiana ultimate in the jungle. So
turn the fight. Con huge healing coming back. On the back end of that ultimate, Faker now steps forward. Faker now gets taken out. Faker is dead. Faker is dead. What was that?
Faker dies in what was the most important team fight of this series. The Bats. Oh, he messes up the execution.
Baits it out though. Clint had to go up into the air, and it doesn't matter if he messed it up because Clint is still going to go down. But Con right to the backside. Caps goes golden. There's no one else to follow up. Con's damage doesn't matter. The ulti comes out in such a close exchange. For now, they're winning, but Perks is coming in. This is his hero moment. If he wants to turn this fight in favor of team, this could be the game.
He gets the
defining moment. Faker is gone. Teddy's next on the list. There's no way he can duel Yasuo. Amada's coming in, but he's just walking into the meat grinder of Perks. Con, can he do it? Perks. It's not enough. They've done it. G2. Con, can he get it done? He can't. The Vladimir. They can't do it. This is it. The greatest team in the history of League of Legends, taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced. FPX, get ready. G2 is heading to Paris.
"2019 was not the year Faker would earn his redemption. It was the year he fell short. Drawing a line in the sand, Korea's golden generation was done. For all the accomplishments the stars of yesteryear had achieved, for all the dominance they had shown, and all the trophies they had won, every dynasty has to come to an end. Most of the players of this generation were already beginning to retire, and if the greatest among them couldn't win Worlds anymore, there seemed to be no hope left for the rest. New regions, players, and organizations were about to write their own stories in the history of competitive League of Legends, wrapping up the legacies of the old. At least for Faker, he could rest easy knowing that his legacy was the best. Even if he never won another event, even if he retired tomorrow, he would always be remembered as the greatest of all time. No matter what any other player does after him, he will always be the star shining so bright you don't notice anything else in the sky. Deft, on the other hand, had a horrible legacy haunting him.
Yeah, he seems to me like almost... He seems to be kind of like a choker, you know, where it's like...
He's a massive choker.
You want...
In the playoffs and Worlds, for sure.
Yeah, you always just want more out of him.
Even when he was with EDG, but the Worlds performances, I think he has some mega chokes then. I think there's times where he just does not show up to the f***ing server.
There have been moments where he can bounce back extremely effectively, and I think that the longevity of his career is very important. But I do think that he has kind of under-delivered when it's like, oh, Deft's coming back to the Korea, here's the super team with Deft, and he hasn't really lived up to the billing.
As sad as it was, and as harsh as the pundits put it, Deft's career felt disappointing. Across the past 7 years, Deft had shown insane talent. In fact, he had shown so much talent, his name was repeatedly brought up when people were asking who was the best AD carry of all time. He'd been conquering Korea and China for years, earning 1,000 kills in the LPL, 1,000 kills in the LCK, multiple MVP awards across multiple seasons, and all kinds of trophies and championships, but failing to win the one tournament that mattered most left everyone feeling like he was wasted potential.
There's a reason why there are so many stories from pro players at those Worlds he failed that go like this. In scrims, he just shit on everyone. There's a million stories from so many years. It's just for some reason in the main games, mainly it was Worlds. Yeah, I agree. He was a massive fucking choker. I don't know why. I don't even think it was about skill. It was just psychological.
He's just like one of the person that has all the skill, and you just wish they weren't so much of a pussy when it mattered. Where it's just like, man up and take what's yours, man. You're the best guy in Europe.
In the back half of 2019, it looked like it was all coming to an end. While SKT at least got another domestic title, DRX fell apart. After Pawn's retirement, the roster fell into a dysfunction, dropping all the way down to 7th in the standings. Their great spring performance had still given them a chance to qualify for Worlds as Korea's number 3 seed if they could win the regional bracket, but even that slipped through their fingers as the team lost a make-or-break series against Damwon Gaming, cementing these players behind Korea's new generation. The 2019 offseason then left Deft feeling worse than he ever had, severely depressed and now questioning his future in League. It was in moments like these he normally relied on his friends to pick his spirits up, but by now, everyone was gone.
네, 이제 제 주변에 형들이 어느 순간 없어지더라고요, 이제. 작년에도 조금 느꼈고 올해는 이제 아예 없으니까.
All the crazy high school kids had retired. Deft's teammates and allies were in the rearview mirror. The only member of his generation who was still around was his rival, who it seemed like even he couldn't win Worlds anymore. If Deft was only hanging on to his career for the chance at hoisting the Summoners Cup one day, it felt clear that was never going to happen. He'd likely be better off retiring. And it was here, in his darkest moment, Deft made a new friend.
되게 혁경이 고생 많았거든요. 그걸 저 옆에서 지켜보면서 저랑 하면 무조건 롤드컵 우승 시켜줄 수 있겠다고 계속 말했는데.
Comes down, the flash from Mirror, flash forward from Koshik, magical journey, but it's Keria that grabs the kill in the
able to get the dragon, but now they're just going in, they're trying to get the reset. They get the 2! Can they have any more? There's the 3rd!
So, Rich is walking up, he's looking for Pyoshik!
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going on him, they're trying to demand. That's it! He's got it!
Yes, he does get it there as well. This team fight is going to heavily go in the way of DRX after, as nobody will survive. No survivors here. The soul is denied. DRX is going to wipe the floor with them.
In the 2019-2020 offseason, Kingzone's 17-year-old Academy support player approached Deft. His name was Kiria, a young up-and-coming star from Korea's rookie generation, and he wanted more than anything to play alongside Deft on DRX's main roster. So, to sway his mind from retirement, Kiria came to Deft in that offseason and made him a promise.
항상 자신감 넘쳐 있어서
Deft was shocked at this guarantee coming from an unknown overconfident rookie. But even so, it did give him pause, and eventually seemed to be enough encouragement that he came back and re-signed with DRX for 2020. Perhaps he realized even if Deft had lost all his old friends from the glory days of his career, he could always make new friends. Kiria was promoted to DRX's main roster for Season 10, giving a great opportunity for Deft to begin rebuilding his support system, where he also got additional help with a new, major off-season acquisition.
Once again, a 4-on-2 Clit a little bit late to this one, as again, look at the damage, it's just massive, as a double kill is going to come in. He is now 7-0, and Toby is running away with this game.
In 2020, DRX managed to sign Chovy, the superstar mid laner that many were still touting as the most talented mid prodigy behind Faker. After filling out the rest of the roster, DRX had suddenly become transformed. They were now a team full of young stars brimming with potential, coupled with Deft, who could be a veteran leader. Although Deft may be past his prime playing days, he now had a new opportunity at his feet. If he could become that leader, a veteran voice that could help guide these younger players to reach their full potential, this team might be championship worthy. That was no easy task for Deft, who was always a quieter kid, keeping his mouth shut and his head down during the early days of his playing career. But he saw what a great opportunity this was for the team, so Deft chose to do what he always had, and looked for new ways to toughen his mental strength up. It was amazing how hard Deft worked. No matter how many years went by or how many disappointments he faced, he never lost his edge or let up on the hours he spent in the team house. In fact, even now when everyone was counting his career as good as done, he was still working harder than ever. Going into 2020, Deft essentially had 2 jobs, trying to keep on top of his level as a professional AD carry, while also taking on the responsibilities of a de facto coach.
어렸을 때 같은 경우에는 만약에 팀원들이 못하면은 물론 티는 안 내지만 속으로는 항상 왜 못하지? 약간 이런 식으로 생각을 했다면 지금은 팀원들이 못하면은 그걸 어떻게 하면 끌어올려줄 수 있을까? 그걸 만약에 못 끌어올리면 그냥 그건 나의 잘못도 있다. 약간 이런 식으로 생각을 해서
2020 was shaping up to be an interesting year for DRX, made more interesting by the global pandemic that forced teams to quarantine and play all matches remotely. Naturally, being the old man in a team house full of young players with all the energy of rookies could leave Deft a little exasperated at times. But even for all the craziness, seeing the excitement and belief his teammates had in their chances at success gave Deft a second wind.
애들이 이제 한 경기 이겼을 때 좋아하는 거 보면은 그냥 그거 보는 재미로 사는 것 같아요. 약간 이제 물론 저도 이기면 기쁘지만 저보다 훨씬 더 기뻐하고 뭔가 저를 뭔가 옛날로 돌려 보내는 약간 네.
2020 spring saw DRX prove to be the surprise of the split. Across the first half, the team was frequently beating every competitor placed in their way, often bouncing around the top 2 placings in the LCK standings. a lot of the year had a question mark of remote play hanging over the head of who was truly the best, and sadly MSI would be cancelled, meaning the spring champion wouldn't be given a chance at an international trophy. But even so, this proved to be a great split for DRX, who started finding some nice synergy together.
Deft and Kyria now have taken down 3 plates. Deft probably really wants the 4th one.
God. Oh, he just finds the Q, sneaks it through the minions. He'd already channeled the ultimate because he wasn't expecting it to actually connect.
Even Chovy thinking it's a little happy. Deft with a bit of a grin on his face.
Yeah, there's a wry smile on this little alpaca's face right here.
Deft managed to do an impressive job both supporting his younger teammates while keeping his own gameplay at a high level. By the end of the split, DRX had managed to take at least 1 game off every opponent they played, except for Faker and T1, who finished just ahead of them in the standings. Still, DRX made top 3, and in their opening playoff series, they were placed against Damwon Gaming once more, a now familiar face with their impressive rookie roster, but Deft handled them with ease, getting some sweet revenge.
Oh my god, there's the flash forward! And Chovy's going to be able to lock down that kill onto Ghost in the end. Deft setting it up really nicely. Another ulti comes out of Showmaker. Also going to be taken down 3-0 so far for DRX. And I don't think that Cannon Barrage is going to do enough.
And it looks like DRX now, they're going to accelerate this really hard as Canyon and Beryl might just go down here.
Carrier trying to flash himself out of there. Beryl. Oh my god, these piercing arrows are doing way too much damage, and they're still going for the dive. A double kill for Deft. Pioshik is going to survive, and they'll take down this turret. This is turning into a shellacking.
DRX really looked like they had a shot at becoming one of the best in Korea. Kyria and Deft were a top duo bot lane, Chovy was a top carry mid, everyone on the team was playing phenomenally well, even though they were almost an entirely new roster still finding their footing. In their following playoff series, the team fell to Faker and T1 yet again, a frustratingly familiar development by now, although one that didn't sting too badly this time around. While nobody in the org was happy to lose a chance at the domestic title, seeing that there was no MSI and it was a weird year anyway, summer was going to be the more important split. It was confirmed, even though MSI was cancelled, Worlds was still going to happen. It would be a live LAN event, no audience, but just as prestigious and important as any other. If DRX could build on their spring performance, find more synergy with more experience, they might be able to win a top seed to Worlds, and could even be one of the favorites to win it all. All they had to do was keep this up, and it was in that bright moment of hope, Deft got injured.
막연히 뭔가 연습을 할 수 없을 정도로 뭔가 이제 바로 응급실에 갔었는데 갑자기 몸이 안 움직이니까.
All of a sudden, Deft's Worlds dream was in jeopardy. In the back half of 2020 summer, DRX began to struggle as their AD carry had to balance pro play with rehabbing his body. It wasn't a good year to need medical care, and the added pressure that this might be Deft's last shot at Worlds only made the situation worse. By the end of the split, you could tell Deft was injured just through watching him play. Little mistakes uncharacteristic of him were popping up. Longer matches clearly caused discomfort. It was a rough time, but while Deft's body may have been breaking down, his work ethic never did. Injury may have hampered his play, but due to his rehab efforts, Deft didn't miss a single start across 2020. The hard work paid off as DRX were in prime position to qualify for Worlds. Due to their top 3 spring performance, all they had to do was finish top 2 in summer, and even if they lost the summer grand final, they would still make it to Worlds as Korea's number 2 seed. They could qualify for the grand finals in the regular season if they got first place in the standings, but the team slipped up down the stretch as Damwon Gaming overtook them late in the year. Because of this, DRX would need to win at least one playoff series, a best of 5 against Gen G, to make it back to the international stage. Gen G were a pretty historic matchup for Deft, as they were the team that eventually took over Samsung Galaxy's spot in the LCK. Not only that, their AD carry at the time was Ruler, a former world champion who was frequently thrown in conversation with Deft and Uzi as the best ADC in League history. Deft wanted more than anything to make it back to Worlds, to prove he still belonged on the international stage, meaning this series had everything riding on it.
누워서 생각만 했던 게 이제 눈앞까지 와서 이제 한 경기만 이기면 나갈 수 있게 되니까.
Okay, here we go.
And here we go. They're just going for it right now. The decider here. They want to get the kill and they want to give it over to Ruler. He's going to get the first blood. The teleport comes in from Chovy, and he might just be giving them another kill. No way that he's going to be able to get out of here. He's trying to trade one back. They will get life, but I don't think anyone else is going to get out of here. Chovy's going to be locked down, and that knockups it is going to be avoided as the damage comes in. He goes to Hecarim, and he gets it. He gets the steal, but the damage comes in. The Lilting Lullaby is massive, and the damage comes out from Deft. They're fighting front to back, and it looks like DRX might just be able to win this fight. Fighting as much as he possibly can as Ruler. Unbelievable what this guy is able to do. Can he actually defeat the three of them with the Karma in his back pocket? The flash comes in, and the answer is going to be no. BDD. All right, here we go. They've got so many sticks in the Baron right now. That's a big cast. Just trying to get the Baron down, and then they want to go for the fight. Here we go. They get it. Massive knockups come in with the Gragas, but do they have the damage? Ruler is in the back line. They're trying to get on top of him, but he is going to flash the wall. This fight so far being won here by the side of DRX, and Chovy gets him over the wall. That is going to be a massive catch, and can they end the game is the real question. It's 33 minutes. They're going to go for the top lane.
They're going to go for the top lane.
And a full wipe that Baron might just be the way that DRX make Worlds. Just like this, they're going to take down the turret, and they will be able to take down this Nexus. Just target it down, as the two members are not going to be able to do it in GG. DRX, they will be going to Worlds after this victory. Huge cheers as they do make it else.
DRX had done it. Deft was going to his 5th World Championship. Even with his injury and everyone believing his career had passed him by, he found strength to carry on. DRX went on to lose that summer final against Damwon Gaming. As far as they had come, the attrition of the season finally caught up to Deft's health, which was partly what contributed to the 3-0 sweep. Not to say they would have won if he was healthy. By now, Damwon Gaming had become one of the most fearsome clubs in the LCK. This was a roster who hosted a bunch of their own superstars in mid lane, top, and elsewhere. Pound for pound, they might be the most talented roster in the LCK, with all the youthful motivation of new stars trying to earn their spot at the top. Damwon might even be the favorites to win Worlds, in fact. It was either them or China, but if DWG slipped up, Deft and DRX would have a great shot at taking the title for themselves. Because of the variance at Worlds, DRX could always get lucky. They could get a lucky group stage or a lucky bracket draw. It was possible they could go off and win the whole event without even needing to face Damwon head-to-head in the bracket if things panned out. Deft and the team had been putting together interviews all year telling fans to keep believing in them, don't give up hope, and the team certainly wasn't giving up hope now.
이제 롤드컵 때마다 항상 뭔가 제가 할 수 있는 범위보다 더 넘어서 보여주고 싶다는 의욕이 너무 강해서 못 버질 때가 많았는데 그때는 뭔가 어떻게 쉬어야 되는지도 알게 되고 뭔가.
Unfortunately, Deft couldn't get 100% healthy for Worlds. He rehabbed as much as he could in between summer finals and the start of groups, but the short time frame didn't leave much for rest. DRX's event still started off nice enough as they were drawn into a relatively easy group for a group stage. They had to play some slightly weaker teams who they had no trouble dispatching, but they were also drawn into the group with China's #1 seed, who reminded them what a force the LPL had become on the world stage.
Back up. They need to get the wave clear down here. They don't have a ton of tools to do so, so it's going to be at least one. That's going to be the taunt in the middle of the fight. That's going to be the follow-up. Pioshik now going in, but they don't really have a good option for damage. But Jackie Love taking so much back in return. Deft, though, now the one in trouble, forced to flash out for safety. The flash into melee range, and the shotgun to the face. It's 369, now looking for a little bit more, and that's going to be it. TES, they find the fight in the base that they need.
Dropping 2 games to top esports was disappointing for DRX. This meant they'd be given the #2 seed out of groups, probably facing a tougher opponent in quarterfinals, as Deft had experienced plenty of times before. The losses were extra bittersweet for Deft in particular, who had become happy in recent years seeing China's success at Worlds. For much of the era of Korean dominance across 2013 to 2017, most League fans didn't give China the respect they deserved because of their lack of success at Worlds. Having spent so much of his time on EDG during those years, Deft became a cheerleader for the region of sorts, going so far as to specifically defend China before 2018, urging fans to believe in all the potential they had. Now, he was almost cursed with how right he was, having dropped critical games to China in his most recent events. Still, 2020 Worlds wasn't over, and in a single elimination bracket anything can happen. DRX and Deft still had their shot at Worlds, even though their worse group stage seeding meant they had a tougher opponent in bracket, and they certainly got an unlucky draw.
Okay, Arrow is going to connect here as Chovy tried to disintegrate someone off to the side, but Pioshik is the one in trouble. Ghost, not a lot of mana, but he's got arrows, and he will be able to take them down. It is going to be Chovy falling as well on the fight on the top side. We'll have to check that one out in the replay as Kerry is going to get taken out by Showmaker. And this is all starting to go to hell in a handbasket for DRX. The 2 rookies of DRX might be in a bit of trouble here. Glacial Fissure pretty nicely avoided by Darmon as Deft trying to come over. Dawning Shadow is way too late though. Good knock-up lands onto the Graves. Deft trying to take matters into his own hands as Canyon down very, very low. Chovy does a lot of damage, but Senna's just by herself. And Damwon are picking DRX apart. From Nogari, this Nexus very soon to go down, and Damwon looking absolutely unstoppable in this first quarterfinal. 3-0 as many predicted, but
It was almost cruel to see how Deft never got a break at Worlds. 2020 was the season where it felt like everything was coming together, but when all was said and done, Deft was back to square one. Except this time was different, because this time, Deft knew he was coming back.
그 생각이 제일 컸던 것 같아요. 그냥 몸이 여기서 더 안 좋아지더라도 이게 내 마지막 경기가 되면 안 되겠다.
In the following offseason, there was no doubt in his mind Deft was returning to competitive play. He took the offseason to rehab harder, get truly healthy, and weighed his options for who'd give him the best shot to continue his development next season. This was another season where all kinds of offers came by Deft's doorstep, and he chose to do what he always did in years prior. For Season 11, Deft followed his mid laner, this time Chovy, as the 2 signed with Hanwha Life. Hanwha was an interesting organization. Although they were a team who struggled in recent LCK seasons, they were a very rich org with money to spend on free agents, and an extensive coaching staff who could help guide players. Deft joined in part due to the coaching staff really convincing him they could build something special together. In that year's spring split, Deft and Chovy did exactly that, as they elevated Hanwha to new heights. Even though the org ended Season 10 second to last in the LCK, this year they started off with a top 3 placing. The Superstars had completely turned the team around, making the org more competitive than ever. In fact, they took at least 1 game off every team they played, except for 2 familiar opponents, Damwon Gaming and Deft's old rival.
But it's T1 that just plays this one out clean from start to finish. The fights are gorgeous. And there is just nothing to be done here.
Yep, it's Faker that's going to grab the kill onto Deft there as Chovy.
During this whole time, T1 and Faker had been working on their own journey back to the top. After failing to win an international trophy at MSI and Worlds in 2019, then not even qualifying for Worlds in 2020, T1 knew something had to change. Although they were 3 years removed from their last world title, SKT rebuilt their super team with a new series of stars, including one pickup, as they signed a player who was quickly becoming the best support in the region.
Favor
Flash in from Carrier, looking for Deft. This one's personal as he devours him. The Ezreal's just dead. Senna Tomkench, what a ridiculous combination here on the bottom side as they're just underneath the turret and Carrier will lick the cat to death.
While Deft got to stick with his friend Chovy for 2021, his bot lane buddy Kyria left to join his arch rival, who got the better of them most of Season 11. T1 finished below Hanwha in the regular season standings that spring, but still got the upper leg on them in their head-to-head series. Faker seemed back in form, at least good enough to win another domestic cup, and he really wanted to make it back to the international stage. But T1 were still not immune to the increased level of play in the pro scene. In the spring playoff, T1 were swept by Gen G, eliminated just in the semi-finals. Although they managed to run it back in summer, getting another top 4 finish and even earning revenge against Gen G in playoffs, they fell again, this time to Damwon Kia in grand finals, leaving Faker without a trophy all year. Still, with T1 qualifying for finals, that guaranteed them a world spot as either Korea's 3rd or 4th seed. They'd have to just play one quick series in the regional bracket, a best of 5 to determine which team was which. And as if fate demanded it, their seeding match was once again a series of Deft versus Faker.
Morgan, by the way, he teleported to the top lane for, I'm really not sure what reason. Maybe he thought he was getting dove and he wanted to escape. That's my best bet. As now we're trying to get on top of Gumayusi here, and Deft is just gonna die! Vista extends so deep and Gumayusi just laughs at him, and this might just be the way the game ends. Faker's gonna survive, Gumayusi will as well, and Willer's all alone up against Owner. He's trying to get resets, but down he will go, and now T1 might have just broken the game and taken it for themselves.
Yeah. T1 won the series, taking that world's number 3 seed, making Hanwha 4th, which sent Hanwha into the play-in stage for Worlds 2021. Play-ins were a new development in the Worlds format springing up a few years ago. The way it functioned was play-ins occurred the first week of Worlds, where the strongest teams from emerging regions would fight each other, as well as some of the weaker teams from the top regions. The victors across the multi-stage format would then make it into the regular group stage of Worlds, which began shortly after. Although it was obviously possible for a play-in team to go off and win a world championship, no team had ever come close to doing so in the brief history since the format had been implemented. That of course left many skeptical whether or not Hanwha would be able to do anything this time around. For the most part, fans were just celebrating how Deft had somehow managed to make his 6th world championship on 5 different teams, a record in League of Legends by that point. He may not have a title, but he'd shown unbelievable longevity and versatility, staying at a world-class level for almost his whole career now. Most thought he wasn't going to win Worlds, but just seeing one of the greatest players in the history of the game continue to perform on stage live was always a joy. Of course, Deft didn't care about fan expectations or records. He wanted Worlds, and he was going to do whatever he could to see himself in finals. He tore his way through play-ins this year alongside Chovy, won his way through group stage again, this time even tied for first with China's RNG. He had a shot at a number 1 seed out of groups, but narrowly lost the tiebreaker, giving Hanwha 2nd, which led to another tough bracket draw.
This very rare circumstance where you can actually pull it off is actually pull people out of their engages as Deft might be in trouble.
Yeah, kind of looking for the dive right underneath his turret. He had the shield bow and he's absolutely fine, just walks up. Should be able to get Shirley, but the Moonlight Vigil comes down. That's stolen away though. Owner actually diving forward. Faker using his ult to make sure no one can get out. Deft gonna be the first victim. That's another one to go down as
as well, as unfortunately Will is not going to be...
It doesn't even matter though.
It's heroic, but it's not going to matter. T1 Will 3-0 Harmon Life Esports. They wanted to do this in the World's Gauntlet. Thankfully, they got a second try, and damn, second time was the charm.
It was absurd. No matter how much time had passed, somehow the high school duo of Deft and Faker always saw their paths crossing. And of course, Faker always came out on top. It had been so many trials and attempts and failures for the AD carry to ever beat the mid laner. Every time he came far enough in his career to reach a new milestone, that same rival kept blocking his way. If fans thought Deft had no shot at Worlds anymore after the 2020 loss, the 2021 exit sealed his fate. His career had been moving backwards at this point. He wasn't playing for a top #1 seeded Korean super team like KT or Samsung anymore. Deft was only qualifying for Worlds on 3rd or 4th seeds from Korea, on teams that weren't even winning domestic trophies. Time had just passed him by. Between T1's top squad, the international super teams, the rookies dominating Korea, and the influx of a decade of new talent all entering competitive League of Legends, it was only natural to assume Deft's best days were behind him. But of course, even now, he refused to give up.
저는 팬분들을 되게 실망시킨 적이 꽤 있다고 생각했는데 저번에 한번 어떤 분이 이제 한 번도 저를 응원했던 거를 후회했던 적이 없다고 팬분들한테 제가 작년에 유독 그렇게 막 가볍게 뱉었던 말도 아니고 오히려 실망만 더 크게 안겨드린 것 같아서 뭔가 앞으로는 믿어달라는 말은 크게 못할 것 같아요. 한 번만 더 속는다고 생각하고 끝까지 응원해주시면 다음번에는 실망시키지 않도록 하겠습니다.
If you didn't know Deft before 2022, it would be hard to describe why everyone wanted to see him win Worlds so badly. It wasn't just that Deft had dropped out of high school to try to go pro in League. It also wasn't just his hard-working attitude, which turned him into one of the greatest AD carries of all time. It wasn't just that he overcame a career-threatening injury, or that all his teammates loved him, or that he seemed so nice he always made friends everywhere he went. It was all of that, combined with the fact Deft wanted to win Worlds more than anything.
사실 이게 시간이 너무 오래 지나다 보니까 이제는 왜 해야 되는지 모르는데 그냥 해야 되는 것 같아요. 무조건 해야 되는 그냥 그거 해보려고 살고 있는.
Even though Deft had qualified for League's World Championship so many years, this was the one tournament he could never conquer. He always fell short on the stage that mattered most, and as if the universe was playing some kind of cruel joke, his high school classmate was the one that always got the better of him. The obsession of chasing a title brought Deft back for one more season in 2022, but this year seemed like his longest shot yet.
Deft's last dance as he returns to DRX, Kingen, Piosik, Zeka, Deft, and Beryl. According to the reputable reporter, Mid-No Flash, Deft is returning to DRX for last dance. So this team has like good names on it, you know, Piosik, Deft, Beryl. But I feel like no, this ain't it. This team ain't it. I feel like Deft might be cashing out a bit here, or I hope so.
This season, Deft would be joining DRX, who had a mostly unknown lineup. 3 younger stars were rostered in top, jungle, and mid, none of which having ever won a domestic competition before. The only reliable strength on the team was bot lane, where Deft would team up with a former world champion support, hopefully carrying them to greatness. But in the hyper-competitive modern world of League, this team didn't seem like enough, which is why so many fans were all but depressed that this was going to be how Deft's career would end. What nobody knew at the time, though, was that this year, Deft was going to face his most dramatic season yet. And when Worlds rolled around in October, it would be one for the ages. At the start of 2022, though, DRX were a long shot to qualify for Worlds. As they'd done in recent years, this season the LCK would be sending 4 teams to League's World Championship at the end of the season, with the 4 seeds being determined as follows. The Summer Split champion and presumptive best team in the LCK would get the number 1 seed. Whoever had performed next best over the whole year, measured by championship points, would then be seeded number 2. The next 4 teams in championship point rankings would then play a small double elimination bracket against each other, where the winner of the top bracket would get the number 3 seed, and the winner of the losers bracket would get number 4. Of these 4 teams, seeds 1 through 3 would be given a direct spot at World's main event, with the 4th seed being forced to go through the additional play-in stage. Since no play-in team had ever won Worlds before, if Deft wanted a shot at the title, he'd likely need one of Korea's top 3 seeds, which was a tall task in the hyper-competitive landscape of the modern LCK. Between the legacy orgs spending millions to stay on top and the rookie teams filled with younger stars, Korea had become more competitive than it had ever been. But at first, it seemed like DRX might be able to hang with the best of them.
Pressure is really coming in now. Deft gets pretty low. Even after the trade was in their favor, they're trying to push onto Peter here, but now Deft might bite the bullet. But the damage isn't coming out from Ghost, and that's a double kill into the hands of Deft, who is now 3-0 on his Jinx.
In the 2022 Spring Split, DRX's bot lane focused strategy worked surprisingly well. Deft and Beryl terrorized the LCK as the two led their team to topple most opponents they faced. It may seem like an obvious roster construction in hindsight, pairing one of the best current supports with one of the greatest AD carries of all time, but it was actually a bit of a gamble. That's because Deft still had his back injury, which had limited him in recent years. Thankfully though, shortly after signing with DRX, rehab efforts seemed to have all but cured his chronic pain, allowing him to return to the insane hours of practice Deft was used to. All his dedication paid off as DRX's bot lane carried the team to a top 4 placing in the regular season standings, with Deft and Beryl both earning All-Pro honors by the end of the split. But League of Legends is a team game, and to win the LCK, DRX would need everyone performing in perfect synergy for playoffs. That seemed to be a bit of a challenge, as in round 1 of playoffs, DRX dropped a number of matches to their first opponent, the Kwangdong Freaks, bringing their elimination set to a full 5 games. Going into Game 5, the team gathered themselves together, focused hard, and played well enough that even though they dropped a few kills, their objective control seemed to have the match in hand. The commentators were praising their map control to such a degree they were calling the match as good as done, when suddenly...
They can't even go for a Baron either because all those vision control is there for DRX.
DRX?
I think DRX, from here on out, I don't know how you match this.
Okay, well, maybe the Rocket does it. Does the Rocket do it? Yes, it does! The Rocket does it!
This last-second Dragon Steal swung the game in their opponent's favor, and DRX were eliminated from playoffs in round 1. This was a horribly worrying start to the year, as it all but eliminated DRX's shot at getting Korea's number 2 seed for Worlds. The team was given so few championship points, in fact, that they might not even qualify for the regional bracket if they have any dip in performance in summer. All of this was incredibly sad for Deft, especially when compared to how his high school classmates' spring was going.
With the baleful strike, now Nexus turrets will go down. T1, an absolutely historical moment. 18-0 for the first time in the LCK, and they tie 2015 Summer SKT and Damwon 2020 Summer. 2 teams that then went on to win Worlds at plus 29 points in the season. Unprecedented from this T1 roster.
While DRX had been figuring their roster out, T1 had a perfect split. 18 series wins with 0 losses, the first time any club had accomplished a flawless season in the LCK. It was astonishing Faker was still finding new things to achieve, now 10 years into his career. By now, he was the only veteran voice left on T1 from their glory days. Everyone else rostered alongside him were younger, ambitious teenagers about to become the stars of tomorrow. But the greatest mid laner of all time managed to prove, again and again, he could keep up with anyone. T1 continued their dominance into the following playoff, where they won another Korean title, all but assuring their ticket to Worlds. They got to go to MSI afterwards as well, and although they had a somewhat shaky performance on the international stage, dropping matches to Europe, North America, and China in groups before losing Grand Finals to China, T1 fans were completely unfazed. They didn't care about MSI. They simply viewed it as practice for their rookie players that still needed some development on the main roster. After all, the true test would be later in the year. It looked like Faker's redemption arc had finally come, as T1 qualified for Worlds shortly after, even though the team fell in the summer playoff to Gen G, who got Korea's #1 seed to Worlds as their summer champion. T1's great performance year-round still secured them the #2 seed overall, leaving only the regional bracket to determine Korea's final representatives for Worlds. This would have to be how Deft and DRX would qualify, but it looked like that wasn't going to happen. That's because in the summer split, DRX regressed hard as their bot lane struggled to replicate their spring success. Looking back on their games, a lot of that was the fault of Deft, who might have lost faith in his ability. He'd been playing League trying to win Worlds for so many years, it must have been demoralizing to be approaching the end of his career further than ever from that goal. In fact, Deft was about to throw in the towel, deciding that summer that if he didn't at least qualify for Worlds this season, he'd retire and get his military service over with. The path seemed set in stone, as DRX only ended up placing 6th in the regular season, just squeaking their way into playoffs. Even though they did make it to the knockout round, they were eliminated in the first round yet again, as their season was nearly over. Except, they had just snagged the very last spot for regionals. They had tied the Kwangdong Freaks in championship points, the same team that had just beaten them in spring, but because DRX had finished one spot ahead of them in summer, they held the tiebreaker to qualify for the regional bracket's very last spot. DRX didn't have much of a chance. They'd have to win 2 best-of-5s to make Worlds, and could only even qualify for Korea's #4 seed. But as Deft walked onto stage to play their opening series, he couldn't help but notice fans that had shown up to remind him his last dance wasn't done yet. Not only that, his old support Keria was in the crowd rooting to see if he could make it to Worlds alongside him. If all his friends and supporters hadn't given up on Deft's dreams, maybe he shouldn't either.
Life has to flash himself out of the way. They just don't have the damage. Rascal off to the side. Can they get anything? No, the answer is as Deft moving on forward. Vikkla's going to go down, and DRX will be moving on to face off against Liv Sandbox. I am actually just baffled by this series, Wolf. Towards Juhan. Always find safety in Juhan. As Prince is getting low, he is going to pull them all in, but guess what? Deft can do whatever he wants at this point in time. He picks up a double kill. Might be fighting the dust, but no, the Soraka heals will keep him alive, and it's 9-0 for DRX. And this should be the ending fight. DRX are gonna push and go to Worlds as the 4th seed from the LCK.
Against impossible odds, DRX and Deft had only just snagged the very last spot to go to Worlds. It meant they'd have to go through play-ins, and certainly had a long road ahead, but Deft's career was going to last for at least one more event. League's World Championship is really on a scale unmatched in esports. This is a month-long tournament hosted across multiple cities, where viewers are treated each and every weekend to competition between the best teams in the world. 2022's event was living up to that scale, as after a few years downsized by quarantine, this year's event was hosted across the US and Mexico, with 4 different cities and venues, each featuring stages. As Deft had stated in years prior, Worlds almost feels like a festival. It's just as much a spectacle, putting on a celebration of League itself, and like any good festival, part of the joy in Worlds comes with reuniting with old friends. Some of Deft's friends had failed to qualify for Worlds this year, or were already retired, watching the event from their live streams back home, but others did qualify and gave him a chance to reconnect.
이제 어제 EDG가 진출을 했다고 들었는데 또 작년에 이어서 유도 가면 경기에서 만나는 것도 재밌을 것 같고 뭐 경기에서 만나지 못하더라도 그냥 얼굴 보는 것 자체가 되게 즐거운 것 같아요. 작년에 이제 메이커 우승을 했는데 올해는 저도 비슷한 자리까지 갈 수 있게 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
Edward Gaming were a team that certainly meant a lot to Deft, perhaps more than any of his other numerous former clubs. Not only was EDG where he won his one and only international tournament, along with countless other domestic cups, this was also the team that turned him into such a great player. From his support Mako to the hands-on coaching staff, EDG were the org that took a promising shy AD carry and turned him into a world-class superstar, resulting in so many accolades. This was the team, after all, where Deft earned all those MVPs, where he grew close to Chinese fans, so close that upon his announcement that he was returning back to Korea to chase Worlds, fans chanted his name with love, supporting him all the way. Even before DRX's first game of Worlds, Deft was dreaming about how wonderful it would be to reunite with EDG at the main event. But to do that, he'd first have to go through play-ins. Play-ins were to take place in Mexico City, with a format similar to last year's. 2 groups played a single round robin, with the top performers earning automatic qualification to the main event, the next few teams playing best of 3s for the remaining spots. If DRX could get the top seed in their group, they would earn automatic qualification, but that was a tough task this year, as they were drawn into a group featuring RNG, the defending MSI champions. When it was announced the single match between DRX and RNG would be played on day 1 of play-ins, kicking off the event for both rosters, tons of hype descended on Mexico City. Both these lineups should be making it out, but these 2 rosters had a chance to set a tone for how their worlds would go, and RNG came out swinging.
Assault and battery is available to him. Whether he decides to use it, cease and desist rather. Holds on to the trigger. Eyeball chains come out. Ball breaker, slam down, cease, desist. RNG first play.
In the earliest stages of their first match, DRX looked shaky as RNG were taking multiple dragons and repeatedly killing their top laner over and over, snowballing an early lead. This was the kind of start that teams dreamt of at Worlds, but then came the first team fight.
Inside the Twilight Shroud, and all of a sudden RG starting to back away. Reeve has found a flank opportunity onto Deft. Gets the leap in power, did not use the counter strike, holding on to it. Infernal Chains pulls backwards, and that's breathed down. Deft picks up the first of the fight. He continues to fire away, uncontested, unchallenged. Rocket jumps forward, gets the reset, waits for the jump, the boot, the pop. You saw who's going to be able to get away to safety, and Pioshik, the Bramble smash was beautiful. Running for his life, limping, no flash available, gets at least one back for the Bud Light Ace.
And Deft is showing us why he makes an appearance on the international stage so often. 3-0-2 on the Tristana already. He's massive.
Deft was already looking phenomenal just 1 game into Worlds. He and DRX were able to take this momentum and kept it up the rest of play-ins as they went 5-0 to get that top seed and direct qualification to the main event. Deft said later in post-game interviews that play-ins might have been a blessing in disguise for the team, as the early adjustment to the new time zone and the additional practice of these matches gave their still young roster a chance to really toughen up.
롤드컵 오는 과정에서 정말 힘들었던 과정들이 많았고 일단 그냥 한 판 진 걸로 저희가 깨질 만큼 뭔가 쉽게 올라오지 않았던 게 도움이 되는 것 같아요. 뭔가.
Before long, the team was on a flight to New York City, where group stage and quarterfinals would be played. In part because they were coming from play-ins, DRX were drawn into a relatively tough group, as they'd have to face one of the top teams favored to win the event, Top Esports. Top were China's #2 seed, and some fans picked to win the event outright, so they should be a shoo-in to get out of groups. That meant when DRX dropped an early match to Rogue from Europe, their chance of getting out of groups was suddenly looking precarious. The team's second game was against Top Esports, meaning they were facing down an 0-2 start, but Deft was at his best when it mattered most yet again.
Zeka looking for him once more. Everfrost does hit the slow. Barrel's coming over.
Oh my word! Throw everything at Jackie Love! DRX are here to play. The corner is a flash and Jackie's running for his life. Zeka misses the chains, but he stole the whirling death. He goes golden, thanks to the hourglass. But the first kill is secured by Pioshik. The Wayward is down. Tian is down. Top Esports are getting obliterated. 0-0-0 for Knight. Jackie Love is melted. He waddled on the slow and was burst by the 4th seed from the LCK. Pioshik's got himself 3 already. Knight gets at least 1 back when the tower falls. That's 2 more. The Quadra, the Ace, the base. DRX have done it.
DRX pulled out the victory that not only gave the team more belief in their ability, but also gave Deft some surprise motivation. As the team was finishing off the win and shaking hands with their opponents, they came up on stage to do one final bow for the audience before going off to prepare for tomorrow, and it was there Deft saw EDG fans who had shown up just to cheer him on.
그 표정들이 그냥 너무 진심으로 와닿았던 것 같아요. 그냥 이 사람들이 진짜로 나를 진짜로 저를 되게 생각해 주는구나 그런 게 되게 너무 감사했던 것 같아요.
By now, the whole world cared about Deft. Everyone was rooting for his last dance. This match ended up being vital, as when group stage wrapped up and all was said and done, DRX managed to just narrowly make it out of groups. Top had dropped a shocking match to the last place Vietnamese team, resulting in Rogue and DRX making it out of groups by just 1 game. The two would still have to play a tiebreaker to determine seeding for quarters, and as Deft knew plenty well, group seeding can make or break your world's run. That knowledge was probably why DRX played one of their cleanest games of the tournament to topple Rogue and win their group's #1 seed. It was an incredible start at Worlds for what was just the LCK's 6th place team. They were playing better than ever, their spirits were high, and everyone in their organization suddenly had hope they might be able to make a deep run in bracket. But to do so, they'd first have to go through the matchup that Deft wanted so badly. Quarterfinals were about to be hugely significant for Deft for 2 major reasons. The first of which being, this was the stage of Worlds where he always fell. Deft had made semifinals at his very first Worlds, but in the past 6 World Championships he'd attended since then, he'd been eliminated in quarterfinals of every single one. Whether it was to Faker or to former teammates or friends, he always saw his Worlds dream die here, and once again, he was about to face a former team filled with friends. The second reason this quarterfinal was significant was the way the draw worked out. DRX's matches would be played on Deft's birthday. You could not script a more perfect metaphor for the passage of time, reminding everyone pro careers have to come to an end. As Deft took the stage with DRX for their Make or Break series, I can imagine he must have felt the weight of the moment, but he didn't show it, at least not to his younger teammates, instead starting the series off with an optimistic comment.
재밌게 하자 얘들아.
Put the wards down to get rid of the vision. And as Scout heals back up, it's going to be claimed. Without Shockwave, the fight is harder. Zek a bit low on mana. That's a stun, but will it be enough, though? 100 HP, Witch comes off in time. They're still going for a bit more. First blood, the latest of worlds comes through. King gets a single vital. Will it be enough to kill? Yes, Pioshik takes him down. DRX 2-0. Viper still slowed, fights back on a Deft. Wonder if to kill him. It's a stun. Refuses to ult, though. Does not go for any more. Finally, dives on in. Stick around for more. Level 13 on the Azir. Gonna look for the play onto Barrel. Finds the shove back, kills him. Without a single spell cast. In goes Rondre. There's a second make over the wall. The chase down for Kingen. Gets single kill. Kicked back, but not taken down. Staying alive, down to half health. Finds a 3-man slow. But JJ on the chase. Q's gonna be sidestep. Stays alive. Flash in for Viper. Nearly dies, but forces DRX to flash away. Flash back in. The second gets the kill into Viper. A chase in. JJ misses, but Scout is here to finish the job.
Deft on the wrong side of the map, and Scout is here to kill his former teammate.
W auto Q comes back up. There is the ramp.
Hovering around behind, they don't see Kingen on the flank, but here comes the arrow.
Arrow hits Scout, Smite fight, not just yet, it's going to be reset on the Drake. Fiora still not in. Shockwave catches one, Mako stays alive. Here comes Fiora, finds the kill, the cannon goes back in for 2. And you got a bunch of damage still on Azeka. Stopwatch buys some time. Fiora goes for broke, but his ankles are just that. The kick, and it's Scout securing the kill. On for a triple. Eddie going to take the very first game. The attempt to Nexus does not succeed from DRX. The early game was not enough, but Scout drops. 3 alive. Can they kill it in time? JJ gets low. Viper is still hitting. He's got the Guardian Angel, and the Nexus falls.
가비. 우리 싸움 진행 견적이었나? 사육대? 왜 이렇게 긴장했지?
After Game 1, both teams returned backstage to review the match with their respective coaching staffs. The DRX coaches had plenty of positive takeaways from what they had seen so far, as their lineup actually looked really strong in Game 1. DRX took plenty of dragons as well as towers in the early and mid game. They had objective control. The big issue was just their team fights, where sloppy play here and there threw the lead back over to EDG. The players probably just had some nerves they were working through. They were going up against the defending world champions after all. So for Game 2, it appeared as though the lineup was encouraged to pick champions that they were comfortable with. When returning to the stage, Deft did exactly that, choosing Ezreal, one of his favorite AD carries, hoping he could carry DRX to win this match and even up the series. Almost all the spectators were rooting for him. Former teammates and friends from all over the world were watching the games, live streaming their reactions as they pulled for DRX. Perhaps the only people rooting for EDG were EDG fans. But even they knew, maybe more than anyone, just how hard Deft worked and how much he deserved a shot at the World Championship. Deft was determined to work for that chance here in Game 2.
We're seeing the inverse of what we were talking about play out here. Pioshik, though, looking for a wraparound on Bob, but Barrel may just be dead.
Barrel has no summoners, and he's going to go down in. The first kill for Aphelios indeed. Yes, he's played. Pioshik is around. He's going to try to find the smite. Zeka zone out for a second. Go for the stun. Smited. Well done. But the team fight is here. Big damage out of King and an eviction on a 1. JJ going to be attacked. He should go down, and yes, the kill goes over to Deft. It's DRX trying to run a team fight in the mountain. Actually, it's the Infernal Rip making it easy to chase on in. That means Mako's going to be in range, and Mako is going to drop. Eating smites. Not only last game, but this game as well. Taking away the red buff, for example. Over the wall goes King, and a lockdown. Viper tries to run. Lulu help, but he's still going to go down.
By the 30-minute mark, this second game was looking great for DRX. Although EDG were ahead in kills once again, DRX had actually taken so many objectives, they were the ones with the gold advantage. They still needed to break open EDG's base, but after taking Baron, they were able to force some fights that evened up the kills and knocked down a few inhibitors. By the 38-minute mark, Baron was back up, and if DRX could take this, they would be able to overwhelm EDG's base. EDG knew this and sent everyone over to contest it, including their top laner Jax, who had to use his teleport for positioning. They fought DRX off, but then left themselves somewhat exposed after pushing down a lane, which led DRX to try and counterattack.
Viper has flash. Viper has flash. Oh, the roost on to Pyosik. Will it be the kill? Stone Plate is not enough. Viper is simply too huge.
Viper does it again. The root from the Graviton stops Pyosik finding that pick on the Mako, which would have been the difference maker in the fight. DRX now a man down. Can they stop EDG's Baron?
DRX just lost their jungler, meaning they had no smite. EDG naturally responded by making a beeline for Baron, but in this split-second moment, Deft noticed something odd. In the last fight, Azir had used his teleport to join up with EDG, meaning the team had no teleports left. EDG's base was exposed, with all of them doing Baron, and nobody left to defend it, while Deft had his teleport up. This was his chance to take the game.
In the fight, DRX now a man down. Can they stop EDG's Baron?
I don't know that they can. They don't have a jungler here, and Beryl has no flash.
Deft has TP. Deft TP's to the top lane. They've got to get back to the base. They've got to answer him.
Double TP.
They're going. They send more. Sedge gets the stop, but inside the pit, they're still playing for Baron. It's secured, but Deft kills turret number 1. He kills turret number 2, and the Nexus is in his eyes, and he's gonna get the inhibitor. The inhibitor is back out. What? It is what? No.
Oh my. No. Oh my god, that's the craziest inhib respawn we've ever seen.
But it is both.
The inhib spawn. No way.
Oh my god. It's so painful to watch.
It's so close, and Deft loses everything here. He loses the TP, loses the GA.
I can't believe it. I've never seen that in all my years of playing League of Legends. I have never once in my life seen that happen.
Idre may die, but doesn't matter because the base is going to fall. Deft dies Nexus to Nexus, and EDG go up 2-0.
After 6 straight quarterfinal exits at Worlds, Deft was behind 0-2, staring down a 7th. He was perhaps the one person who wanted to win Worlds most, but heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak always stood in his way. Now the only way DRX would be able to advance was if they reverse swept EDG. One more loss and they're out. With all the pressure of friends, teammates, and rivals watching this series on the edge of their seats, this must have been the most pressure Deft had ever felt in his life. But if nothing else, all the heartbreak he'd been through had turned Deft into the kind of person who can handle that pressure.
아, 너무 아쉽다. 괜찮아, 이길 수 있다.
Gold in the early game, somewhere to be farmed though. Mako goes for the ulti, he does land on a Deft, and that means the combo can land.
Oh, the cash in!
Executes Mako. Viper comes in to guarantee the kill. Renata ult, gonna land a Fiora, and they're gonna catch a whole lot of damage. Scout has to burn his Zonias. Will the re-engage look good? He's silent, he is shut down. A huge fight for Deft. He gets the auto he needed. Flandre is low, gets to repost it, but it's already set.
But here comes Kingan and Beryl.
He wants to walk in, they're gonna throw in the Renata. The Scout nearly dead, gets the Zonias away. Gets away from the flash, Berserk in the backline. Isn't enough damage, it is not. Renata drop. Pyosik gets the ulti with 50 health left. And he's gonna burn the stopwatch now as well. Flandre needs to live, get the bit of healing, but it's not gonna be enough. Jinja mostly left alone, knocked up and slain. And Deft will take another head, and another, and another.
DRX do not falter, they do not give up, and they stand strong in the face of the reigning world champions.
재밌네. 우리는 항상 이렇게 올라왔어.
Wants at the front line. Now you hit again. It's going to be a smite. It's going to be ulti on a Jinja. And it just deletes the poor Lee Sin. Renata can't help now, but the re-engage looks good. King quite low. No kill just yet. Second flies in. But everyone flashes back away. Re-engage. Ashe finds the knockup. Smite claims the Herald. And Zeka's killed off Mako. Chasing in in for Flandre. Next attack would kill, and they'll knock him down. DRX taking the lead here in game 4.
Or thereabouts.
Bit of a slow. Pioshik gonna be rooted in place. They catch Jay. It's not gonna be enough for the kill. The ward hops away, but Scout has nowhere to go. Knocked up by Ash and shut down by Deft. Thank you very much for the double kill. Both they've killed off Mako. They'll kill off Viper. They'll kill off everybody. And this Nexus is not gonna be saved. They're gonna take game 4, and DRX bring us the silver screen.
잘해보자. 할 수 있어 우리 진짜.
Obviously doesn't have any mana issues. Second very low.
Oh, goes in! Wants a solo! Oh, to be kidding me! Scout to replace it! Might not have had Q! And Zeka gets the first blood. I don't think Scout no longer has the invisibility, but they found the stun into Kingen. Will it be enough though? In goes Flandre. Buys some time, but it's Pioshik going for everything that he possibly can. The reset! The reset! And he's gonna do it all! Deft may not get the kills, but his teammates are here to back him up. Flandre
be a game changer.
Smith Hughes goes ulti back up. 4K health should be a clean smite. Whoa, it's stolen. Pioshik gets the Ocean Soul. DRX don't need a top laner. They got a summoner spell. Viper attack stays alive. Double stun. Deft will not fall. Zeka will not allow it. Going with the Quadra kill in his first ever World Championship.
가자! 아틀란티나 가자! 우리 쉽게 가는 판이 없네. 괜찮아 이런 데도 좋아. 야 선발전부터 이게 뭐야? 되게 재밌네. 재밌긴 하다 올해. 올해 진짜 재밌다. 와 롤 너무 재밌어.
2,942 days ago, Deft won a World Quarterfinal, and today, thanks to Zeka, he does it again.
The reverse sweep happens for DRX. Deft is able to remove the curse of quarterfinals, and he will find an incredible win over the reigning world champions.
For the first time since his very first Worlds, Deft had made it past quarterfinals. Here on his birthday, against the team he shared so many memories with, he finally overcame his biggest wall. Naturally, in this moment of triumph, Deft was brought on stage for the team's post-game interview. He was the star of the show after all, and everyone wanted to know what this moment felt like for him.
First up, happy birthday, Deft. 생일 축하드립니다. Secondly, Deft, it's been 2,942 days since you made the last semifinal. What does it mean to finally be back?
우선 가장 먼저 2,942일 만에 4강 무대를 다시 밟게 되셨습니다. 데프트 선수에게 어떤 의미인가요?
안 울려고 했는데 갑자기 눈물이 나가지고
The whole world had been rooting for Deft, and finally, for once, they got to see him come out on top. It wasn't a world championship. There was no guarantee this win wouldn't lead to another semi-final disappointment. But at least for now, in this moment, Deft could stand on stage and feel nothing but joy.
사실 매년 인터뷰 때마다 이제 롤드컵 우승권을 갖출 수 있는 경기력을 갖추는 게 목표다. 그러니까 뭔가 그런 얘기를 그냥 굉장히 많이 했거든요. 뭐 썸머 우승, 스프링 우승 이런 게 아니라 그냥 롤드컵 우승권을 바라볼 수 있는 경기력을 갖춘 팀이 항상 목표였었는데 지난 몇 년 동안 그냥 이제는 그 기회가 주어졌고 또 정말 뭔가 단순하게 6세트 이기면은 우승이잖아요.
네.
그래서 뭔가 그냥 너무 좋은 것 같아요.
Before long, DRX were on their flight to Atlanta, Georgia, where semifinals would take place next weekend. The last time Deft had made it this far was back during his first Worlds in 2014. That was the year he was supposed to win it all with Samsung Blue, but fell to their sister team Samsung White, who went on to hoist the Summoners Cup instead. The dominance of both their teams placed Samsung's esports club in high echelon along with SK Telecom at the time. In spite of their success though, that year's off-season was the Korean Exodus, where Samsung lost almost every one of their starters from both rosters. Going into Season 5, the org naturally struggled, falling all the way down to the bottom of the standings in the LCK, just narrowly avoiding relegation. But in 2016, the team was reborn when they found Ruler.
Ultimate. Max pops his Alistar, stays a bit tanky. There's a flash on the exhausted Maha. Wraith gets pushed back in. Flashes away, has the Ignite burning down on him. Ruler, though, gets the kill, and he may go for the double. He gets it. This Ruler guy is, well, he rules.
Ruler was an AD carry from Korea's challenger scene who proved to be the answer to all of Samsung's problems. Coupled with the support player Core JJ, Ruler led Samsung back to relevance as they managed to finish top 4 in the LCK summer before then qualifying for Worlds through Korea's regional bracket. As if that wasn't impressive enough, Samsung then made a run at the 2016 championship, going past group stage, deep into bracket, and coming just one game away from winning everything, falling only in the final match against SK Telecom. But Ruler didn't leave the organization. He stuck with them and ran it back in 2017. Although Samsung failed to win in both spring and summer, getting 2 bronze medals in each playoff, they managed to qualify for Worlds yet again and got their revenge on SKT.
Galaxy push mid first. You can see the flash hold left. They've caught Faker. They've got the CC. The mid laner is down. The unkillable Demon King has done just that. As Ruler stays in, life stealing. In the back line, they found more as Hootie does not have a way out. Pops to Yolt, but he has no exit route. He does not. Ruler on the Nexus. The upset is complete as the kills come through. The SKT dynasty is over. All hail the new kings, Samsung Galaxy.
Samsung had become inarguably the most successful team other than T1 in Korean League of Legends history. Even to the date of this recording, they are the only team not named SKT to win more than one world championship. Oddly enough, the Samsung Corporation dropped their esports division after this world's victory, but the team itself stuck together. The coaching staff, players, and organization kept trucking along under new ownership, at first competing in 2018 spring under the name KSV Esports, but soon rebranding in summer as Gen G. If there was any doubt that Gen G were the spiritual successors to Samsung, the next 4 years put those doubts to rest. From 2018 to 2022, Gen G reached one accomplishment after another. In 2018, they made their first Worlds under their new name after a run through the regional bracket. In early 2020, they topped their first LCK table. In late 2020, they made their first quarterfinals at Worlds, and in 2021, they made it all the way to semis after cementing themselves as a top 2 club in Korea. Much of their success could be attributed to Ruler and the other top players on these rosters, but a large portion of credit was given to the organization itself. From their infrastructure to their coaching staff to their experience, Gen G were clearly one of the best clubs in Korea, and in 2022, they got even better. This season, Gen G had an opening in their lineup for a new mid laner to join the team, and they wanted to snag the best mid in Korea, Chovy, who had just entered free agency. At first, there was some doubt about whether or not Chovy would join the club. He'd found success in the past few seasons with Deft under DRX and Hanwha Life, and Chovy was looking to repay the favor to the AD carry. In the 21-22 offseason, Chovy came to Deft and told him he was going to turn Gen G down so the two could go somewhere together, with the hopes that Chovy's talent could help Deft finally win a world championship. It was an incredibly kind gesture, but Deft turned him down because he didn't want to sideline Chovy's career. He knew what a great organization Gen G were and encouraged Chovy to take their offer, which the mid laner reluctantly did, creating the Goliath of 2022. Across this season, Gen G did everything right, with Chovy and Ruler teaming up to give the club their best season yet. They finished top 2 in spring to follow up with a first-place summer split, where after topping the table, Chovy took down Faker and T1 to win his first Korean championship. Gen G had kept their success rolling well into Worlds, where now, Deft had to face another former teammate blocking his way to a world title. Frankly speaking, DRX didn't have much of a shot in this matchup. Their quarterfinal may have been brilliant, but the talent of Chovy and Ruler, coupled with their organization's resources, was too much to overcome, which everyone saw in Game 1.
Ocean Drake on the side of DRX, really the only difference.
Deft has no flash, he has to be careful.
Deft walking away, the clans. Torrent, is he just going to walk him down the heel? Now coming in from this rock, is it going to be enough? He's trying to pitch the win. Oh! The 1-for-1? Torrent, no! How does he do it? He makes it out even to the base of the heel. They see an opportunity, they want to get it because Deft is waiting over the wall, but keep your eyes on the ultimate. It could be big, but it is not enough. Leaping in now, Chovy diving to the backline, taking the ultimate away from King In and finding the kill. Just like that, Gen G see their opportunity, and they're right onto the Baron.
Chovy doesn't have the TP, but there's the E.
But heads! He's just eating the top laner, doesn't even mind. He's a support, but he's got the team to back him up. Ruler gonna finish the job, and it is a slaughter.
Gen G dismantled DRX in their first series, which was par for the course, as commentators were quick to remind viewers as they let a depressing comment slip.
DRX have yet to find a win against Gen G.
So far, across 2022, Gen G had beaten DRX in every match they played. Deft hadn't been able to win even a single game in any series against this club.
까비. 끝날라나? 나 바텀 죽을 때 라인 어떻게 줬어야 되지 이거?
With the eternal debate always raging over who the best AD carry was of all time, most fingers were now pointing away from Deft and straight towards Ruler. If he goes on to win another world championship, snatching away Deft's last chance, then all legacies would be as good as wrapped. The DRX lineup only had 2 things going for them in this moment. Firstly, they had a lot of youth, meaning most of their players didn't know any better. The 4 younger stars on the team were still brimming with optimism going into Game 2, hopeful that they could win, even though they were against a team that had done nothing but throttle them all year. The other thing they had was one veteran voice who knew right now he had everything to play for.
Kicking off to the side, the barrel's gonna be big. Zaka now leaping forward. Zaka trying to land everything. It looks like he's gonna take down the head. The head's still standing! The head's still alive! They cannot find him, but King finding one! King looking for a few more, baby! That's the power of the Dragon. Zaka leaping forward, looking to lock Doran down. The flashback of the wall, but it's Chovy on the backside, but it's Chovy in turn who will be locked up. He's ignited, he dashes out, he's ready to dash back in, but it was not the right call. The soul inhibitor this time, DRX and Deft will take the Elder, and they will take their first game off of Gen G. Lehens has the flash, has the ult. For the stun, now gonna find the lockdown, immediately gonna get the reset, now he's the karma, gets the Jordan, and Brother will kill Brother as a hostile takeover gets the job done. Ruler taken out, Chovy is here, Chovy will try to strike back, but he gets thrown in, he takes one back in return, Chovy trying.
Piosik's having the series of his life right now.
Dora handshake, Zeka on the flank, looking for Ruler, he gets it, he gets he gets everything he wants, and now he can try to find another one. Zeka 2, lead again. Zeka, time after time, in the face of Chels will take over the flash, coming out as well. Ruler hitting Chovy left and right, and it's Zeka onto the back line, but for now he's only hitting Doran, fishing for the angle, trying to get something done. It's into the back end, again, and it's Zeka! How do they do it every single time?
머리 아프다.
괜찮아. 얘네가 더 긴장했어.
지금 머리
깨졌어.
감기 걸려. 머리 깨질 때 지금.
Go for middle of the pack to potentially the best. Fighting for that opportunity now. Chovy holding on the taunt now, coming in, King and ready to go in over the wall. Chovy, goodbye. You don't gotta stopwatch anymore. Taking their time now. Arrows being charged up, poke being traded back and forth. All it takes is a single misstep, a single mistake, and either side will leap into the enemy backline. 6K getting lower. DRX think this is their opportunity. Barrel looking for the knockup, and he's going to him. And it's the soul, and it will be a slaughter in the pit. Piosikk and Deft back to back as brothers.
this moment. They're gonna force it. They get it, stepping in. The carries are so strong. Doran goes into the meat grinder, and he is taken out. It is domination for the team. 8 years ago, Deft fell to his sister team in Samsung White, but today, in the face of insurmountable odds, he stands tall.
For the first time in his decade-long career, Deft was going to a Worlds Grand Finals. The dream he had for so long was never closer to being realized. What was fascinating for Deft, though, was how his feelings changed over the course of this series. As he was brought on stage for yet another post-game interview to be asked how he felt being so close to hoisting the Summoners Cup, he gave an unexpected answer.
What do you want to say to all of your fans throughout the years that will finally see you at Worlds Finals?
우선 여기까지 오는데 참 오래 또 걸린 것 같고 사실 뭔가 우승을 하려고 프로게이머를 처음 시작했는데 그 과정에서 이렇게 저라는 선수를 되게 응원해 주시고 또 제가 이기면 되게 기뻐해 주시고 지면 같이 슬퍼해 주시는 팬분들이 너무 많이 생겨서 그냥 이거 자체로 이미 우승한 것 같아요. 너무 감사합니다.
Deft had already gone through so much, I can only imagine what a triumph it must have felt like to be standing there now. Just this Worlds alone, he had overcome obstacle after obstacle. He had taken a play-in team to grand finals, overthrew old friends head-to-head repeatedly, and now stood 3 victories away from winning everything. But for the millionth time, if he wanted to win, he would have to face the one player that always stood in his way. Across the entire time Deft and DRX were on their way to finals, Faker and T1 had been set on the exact same trajectory. Coming off their summer runner-up placing in the LCK, T1 were given a direct qualification to World's main event group stage as Korea's number 2 seed. It wasn't number 1, and they were on a bit of a backslide compared to their perfect spring split, but even now, fans believed the redemption arc was finally here. For group stage, T1 were drawn into Group A, where they'd have to face North America's number 1 seed, China's number 3, as well as Europe's play-in qualifier, which was kind of a big deal, as all 3 of these regions had taken games off T1 back in MSI's group stage. If SKT was no better now than they were back then, this group stage might be tough, but as it turned out, T1 were a much better team.
Where's the ball? They take out the jungler. JJ gonna back away now. Zayu's so strong in the 1v1, leaving him isolated. One more stack. He's trying to finish it. He leaps back over the wall. The bailout. Not bailing anything. The day, baby. Mingo taken down. T1 see their window of opportunity. They take it. They take the drink. They take another fight. There's nothing left on the map for EDG. This is a slaughter.
There was perhaps more going right for SKT in late 2022 than at any other point in the team's recent history. Their roster was playing well, the coaching staff had great drafts, and Faker was almost like his old self. He still had a few misplays and mistakes here and there compared to his godlike years, but he was showcasing highlights that reaffirmed T1's international buff. But when it came to what pushed this T1 roster over the edge back to greatness, it was actually their bot lane. The team's AD carry was a player named Guma Yushi, a name who had been hyped up for a number of years. Guma was notable in that he'd been developing under SK Telecom ever since he was a teenager back in 2018 as one of the org's young trainees. He showed promise early and often, but also had the additional motivated backstory of being the younger brother of one of the greatest StarCraft 2 players of all time, eager to carve out his own esports legacy here in League of Legends. T1 had grown Guma into a great player already, but in 2022, he really took his play to another level while paired up with the best support in the game.
members there. Would have been a 5-member snare. But Carrion knows it's the best option. Another lamp! Oh, man! Take this champion away! The silences are too clean from Carrion.
Carrion's move to T1 a year prior was paying dividends for the young support. He was already great when playing with Deft on DRX, but nothing compared to the organizational power in Korea of playing for SK Telecom. His addition to the club and synergy with Gumayushi bot lane was really what pushed this roster from being great back to being legendary, and at Worlds 2022, it earned them a top group placing. SKT's bracket run began with a rematch of semifinals where they were drawn to face RNG in quarters. Although RNG were a play-in team, this series actually started off pretty tense, as both Faker mid lane and Zeus top lane had some pretty rough mistakes. But Kiria and Gumayushi were able to hard carry the rest of the org almost by themselves, all the way to a 3-0 sweep.
They're not satisfied with old rivalries and 4th seeds. They want #1. They want a shot at the best in the LPL. They want a semi-final, and they will get it as they face JDG in Atlanta.
Their semi-final was another Chinese matchup, as T1 were then sent off to face JD Gaming, the #1 seed from China, and most fans picked to win Worlds. China had won 3 of the last 4 World Championships, meaning even if Faker and T1 were Korea's best, they should be underdogs in this series. It looked like they were underdogs when JDG shut down Faker, Zeus, and Owner in Game 1 to take a relatively easy victory starting the series off. But then, T1's bot lane came through yet again.
It's interesting because the counter from T1 is Rift Herald support push on top side, while Gumayushi... Oh! He finishes the kill this time with the Gale Force. Oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna get shut down. The wall ward back into the jungle takes down the ADD jungler. They're not done yet. Faker flashes in. Gets the root, gets a bunch of damage. They turn back. He burns a stopwatch, and that's gonna be him. The barrel hits too. 369 does what he can, but he's got no team. Burns a stopwatch, immune to the fear, but it's not gonna matter. There's the 8th. The Nexus turrets fall. T1 back to the finals for the first time in 5 years, and a team full of homegrown, home-scouted talent.
T1 had taken down JDG to make it to Grand Finals. Faker was closer than ever to his redemption arc, and Keria was closer than ever to his first World Championship. Now, he just had to beat the AD carry he promised Worlds 2.
민석이가 저한테 월드컵 우승 시켜주겠다고 예전에 말한 적이 있는데 그 약속을 지킬 때가 된 것 같습니다. 제가 이기겠습니다.
It was honestly absurd that this was going to be how Deft's story ended. He either had to go and beat yet another former teammate and friend, or he would lose to the player that promised him a championship. All these matchups across this Worlds clearly weighed on Deft's mind, as he knew the history better than anyone.
사실 저는 같은 팀원들, 같은 팀에 있을 때 항상 제가 아는 모든 걸 다 알려주려고 하거든요. 이제 그런 사람들이랑 다시 적으로 만나는 게 뭔가 되게 어려운 일인 것 같아요. 인게임 안에서도 그렇고 뭔가 사람 대 사람으로도 되게 정이 많이 든 어떻게 보면 가족 같은 친구들인데 힘들지만 또 다시 잘해봐야죠. 어쩔 수 없는 거니까.
Even with the intense friendship between Deft and Keria, and their emotions riding high as finals week approached, that was not the story everyone latched onto. It was Deft versus Faker. These two players were born in the same city, on opposite sides of a river. They went to the same school, dropped out the same year, went pro in League, debuting the same split, and both quickly ascended to the top of the scene almost equally as fast. They were each Korea's best team going into back-to-back Worlds, and both played their roles at such a high level, they each sustained some of the longest careers in League, earning accolades as the best in both of their positions. And now, one was about to beat the other. Either Faker was about to complete his redemption arc, or Deft was about to win the one title his rival always denied. The week-long wait was excruciating, but after an eternity, Saturday night finally came. All of history had built to this moment.
Was to distract, and distract he did. Drake secured as Faker goes in. Deft is on the run, 40% engage. Zeus ready for the re-engage. Fate sealed, and Deft is down. Faker gets the kill, and T1 are ready to go.
Life to keep Kingen out of the fight.
It's a 4v4, and they started up Baron. Baron's gonna burn fast. T1 got it at half HP. Barrel also at half HP. Pioshik and Deft ready to fight. Chains of Corruption fly out. They're gonna find 3 different targets. Faker is low. Faker is down. Zeus tries to fight. Owner into the back line. Gonna pick one back up. Deft gets Guardian Angel out of Gumayushi as Pioshik is ready to fight.
Deft has one shot to kill the king, and he doesn't miss. Faker falls. Gumayushi and Zeus as well. Zeka's TPing in here, and Owner's smites are sick. DRX though, Kingen might be in trouble. Zeus looking for Zeka's on the way.
Nicely done from Carrier and from Zeus. Deft is just gonna give him another as DRX crumble around the smite steal. Baker trying to chase after him here. Uses R1, TP. Finds the E, but now a TP is coming in. Now the ulti's coming over from Maokai. Now DRX have found Faker. The smoke will not save him, and DRX 5v4.
우선 여기까지 오는데 굉장히 오래 걸린 만큼 좋은 결실을 맺고 싶고, T1 상대로는 우승을 할 만한 자격이 있는 그런 실력을 보여드리고 싶고, 선수로서 페이커라는 선수가 굉장히 존중받아야 되는 선수라고 생각해서 그런 선수랑 이제 최고의 무대에서 붙게 돼서 되게 좋은 것 같습니다.
Just have to think about the next play. This is your last game. It's all decided here. TP coming in from Faker. T1 want to pressure down this mid tower. DRX not a lot of wave clear to respond.
Barrel's getting locked down, but he gets away. Lots more damage pouring in, but not enough to kill him just yet. Pioshik's coming around from the side. Kingan's on the flank now too. They're waiting on the TP to come in. Gumayushi's going to be targeted. He tries to get away, but he's going to die out first. Zeka's trying to get away. They're finding more damage as Owner's about to fall out of Pioshik now. Zeus wants to fight against Kingen. The ball keeps him alive, and DRX is winning the fight. Owner and Shadow was still ready. Faker dies. Zeka goes in, and Carrier will die. Yup, keep your eyes on Pioshik and on Barrel. DRX, they don't even have their jungler in the pit. They are not going to commit to the Baron. They are looking for some sort of a play. Barrel is burning, but they're ready. They're turning. Pioshik has Faker. Carrier barely lives. He's trying to run away, but Zeka and Pioshik are still chasing him down. A bullet to the head, and Deft pulled the trigger. Drake gonna slightly reset.
Gonna come down to a smite fight. Kingen and ult is off. Barrel has the ultimate back up. No carries on the flashes.
Look at the trap line. Look at the Caitlyn. He's trying to zone him away. Owner goes in. Owner is down. The Drake secured. T1's jungle. T1's going to the base. They're going to the Nexus. Can they do it in time? Kingen comes back. Elder Drake is ready. But what can he do? Q3. No damage just yet. Elder Drake. The executor. Fail is down.
And the end. This is it. T1 are so vulnerable and wounded. DRX have the Elder Dragon. 4 members down. It's on Gumayushi to hold the line. DRX are coming for their World Championship title. The Cinderella story. DRX are pushing in.
Wants to hit the wave. Kingen will go over. Gumayushi is dead. They have been doubted. They have been discounted.
one of the greatest AD carries to ever play League, was finally a world champion. In the post-game interview on stage, Deft, naturally, couldn't control his emotions. He was completely open to the world, showing everyone just how much this meant to him. When asked what he'd like to say, he thanked his friends, teammates, coaches, every player who had helped him across the years to reach this beautiful moment. But then, he just enjoyed it.
소감 부탁드립니다.
나이도 먹어서 이제 울면 안 되는데 자꾸 울어가지고 죄송하고.
But as it so happened, Deft wasn't the only one who couldn't keep his emotions bottled up. After having lost Game 5 of Grand Finals, Keria couldn't help but feel his own disappointment. He embraced Deft congratulating him after the series win, but he personally was destroyed by the loss. The denial of Worlds and heartbreak found in League had finally been passed on to a new generation, and Keria was taking the brunt of it. Now he was the player who didn't know if he'd ever go and win Worlds, terrified he just blew his one and only chance. And in this moment of hopelessness, Faker comforted him. Worlds 2022 may have ended there, but League's story never does. Time continued onward, and as it so happened, none of these players chose to retire after all. Faker and Keria pressed on with new motivation to get back to Worlds and finish their redemption arc, filling the following season with so much narrative, it deserves its own documentary. Deft chose not to retire too, coming back for 2023, happy to enjoy however much time he had left as a pro. That offseason was certainly filled with plenty of enjoyment, as well as plenty of attention. Even though not everybody cares about League of Legends in South Korea, for a brief moment, everyone cared about Deft. That's because of a line Deft said back in a post-game interview after DRX had dropped their opening group stage game against Rogue. While reviewing the match, the interviewer was asking Deft how DRX could bounce back from such a disappointing start with such a long road still ahead, to which Deft stated, "The important thing is the Unbreakable spirit." Once Deft made it out of groups, fans began repeating the quote, and after DRX won Worlds, it became a national rallying cry. Soon the quote could be seen everywhere across the Korean peninsula, ranging from K-pop groups repeating it in interviews, to sports websites using it in captchas. The excitement peaked when the World Cup came around, and Korea's national team made an unexpected run, escaping a group of death with a pivotal last-second win against Portugal, which led to players celebrating by holding up the Korean flag with Deft's words scrawled on it.
이거 말고 한 개 더 있으세요?
저 오늘 3개인가
인터뷰가요?
네, 뭐 아침에도 SBS인가 거기서 그걸 했는데 갑자기 그걸 보고 KBS에서 또 하겠다고 해서
네.
갑자기 인터뷰가 또 생겨요.
완전 유명해졌는데요?
그러니까 그 축구 선수분들 때는 뭔가 본의 아니게 갑자기 일정이 많이 생겼어요.
But the national and international fanfare only mattered so much to him. What really meant more than anything to Deft was his friendships. Following his Worlds win, each former coach, teammate, and connection he had made over the years began reaching out and congratulating him on a job well done. Even his greatest foil couldn't help but give him praise.
이번에 처음으로 롤드컵 우승했는데 그럴 만한 자격이 있는 선수라고 생각하고 굉장히 축하한다고 말해주고 싶은 마음입니다.
I can only imagine how satisfying it must have been to have that weight lifted off his shoulders, to have come so far, worked so hard, and seen everything finally pay off after years of falling short. It must be a strange thing to be given such a storybook ending, because after that, what arc does your life take next? Nobody knows for sure what's next for Deft, or what else he'll find on this earth, but he's made it abundantly clear he appreciates everything that led to this moment.
내년에 보여줘야지, 다음 경기에 보여줘야지, 다음 시즌에 보여줘야지를 10년 동안 반복했는데 그 끝에 다다르고 나서야 이제는 내가 맞았다 하고 말할 수 있는 결과를 낸 것 같아서 그게 너무 좋았던 것 같아요. 그것처럼 프로 생활하면서 언제가 제일 행복했냐 하면 월드컵 우승했던 날보다 그냥 여느 때처럼 팀원들이랑 웃고 떠들고 했던 그냥 어느 하루 그런 기억이 오히려 더 행복했던 기억으로 남을 것 같아요. 저는 그냥 사람 그냥 게임 좋아하고 되게 즉흥적이고 되게 살고 싶은 대로 사는 사람이에요. 좋아하는 거 하는 거 좋아하고 싫어하는 거 하는 거 싫어하고 근데 정말 운이 좋게 좋아하고 잘하는 게 딱 맞아 떨어져서